How much of your life have you spent worrying about what others think? The hesitation before speaking your mind, the pressure to fit in, the constant second-guessing that leaves you feeling small. It's exhausting and it's unnecessary, because the truth is, you don't have to live like that. Welcome to the Stoicism Guide to Stop Caring What Others Think. The Stoics understood something we often forget, that freedom begins the moment you stop letting outside opinions define your inner worth. This guide will show you how to break free from the need for approval, quiet the fear of judgment, and build your identity on something unshakable, your own values. Through timeless Stoic wisdom, you'll learn how to shift your focus inward, stand firm in who you are, and live with the kind of confidence that doesn't ask for permission. You can't control what others think, but you can control how much it matters. Let's begin. Today, we explore a profoundly meaningful topic that resonates especially with those entering or experiencing their later years in life. We're going to examine 13 essential things you should avoid doing as you age, but we'll approach this from a distinctly Stoic perspective. Through exploring how the timeless principles of Stoicism can guide us, we can discover pathways to living a more fulfilling and meaningful existence, regardless of our current age or stage of life. As we journey through the aging process, it's remarkably common to encounter feelings of isolation, melancholy, and disconnection from the world around us. However, the ancient Stoic philosophers possessed profound wisdom about finding peace and deep satisfaction through accepting what lies beyond our control, while simultaneously focusing our energy and attention on our own actions, thoughts, and responses to life's circumstances. Throughout this exploration, we'll delve deeply into 13 specific behaviors and mindsets that Stoic philosophy would recommend avoiding as we navigate the complexities of aging. Each recommendation has been carefully designed to help you maintain mental tranquility, emotional equilibrium, and an elevated spirit, even during life's most challenging and difficult moments. Let's begin with perhaps one of the most critical mistakes people make as they age: allowing themselves to become isolated from the world and the people around them. As we grow older, there's often a natural tendency to withdraw from social interactions and meaningful connections. Perhaps we feel that we no longer fit into the rapidly changing world, or maybe we believe our social skills have diminished over time. Some older adults worry that they've become burdens to their families or that their contributions are no longer valued by society. However, this self-imposed isolation can lead to profound feelings of loneliness, depression, and a sense of purposelessness that can significantly impact both mental and physical health. The key understanding here isn't about forcing yourself to be surrounded by people constantly or maintaining an exhausting social calendar. Rather, it's about nurturing and maintaining meaningful connections that provide emotional nourishment and a sense of belonging. These connections serve as anchors in our lives, providing stability and purpose that can sustain us through difficult periods. Why is avoiding isolation so fundamentally important for our well-being? Maintaining genuine connections with others provides us with an essential sense of purpose and belonging that's crucial for psychological health. When we interact meaningfully with friends, family members, or participate in community activities, we create reasons to wake up each morning with anticipation and engagement. These interactions give structure and meaning to our days. Additionally, sharing our own experiences and listening to the stories and perspectives of others offers us fresh viewpoints and valuable insights that can help us see our own lives from different, often more positive angles. Stoic philosophy teaches us the vital distinction between accepting what we cannot control while taking decisive action on what we can influence. One thing that remains entirely within our control, regardless of age or circumstances, is our decision to reach out and connect with others. If you're experiencing loneliness, consider joining a local community group, enrolling in a class that interests you, volunteering for a cause you care about, or simply picking up the phone to call an old friend. Sometimes the smallest step toward connection can create the most significant positive changes in our lives. Therefore, make a conscious commitment not to isolate yourself. Actively maintain those precious connections and continuously seek new ways to interact meaningfully with the world around you. This approach will not only help combat feelings of loneliness and depression, but will also enable you to live a richer, more fulfilling, and purposeful life. The second crucial mistake to avoid as we age is becoming obsessed with or trapped by events from our past. It's entirely natural, especially as we accumulate more life experiences, to reflect on our journey, our achievements, our mistakes, and the paths we've taken. However, becoming emotionally stuck in past events, whether positive or negative, can become a psychological trap that prevents us from fully engaging with the present moment and looking forward to future possibilities. Marcus Aurelius, one of Rome's most respected emperors and a profound Stoic philosopher, wisely observed that a person's true character and value are revealed not by past accomplishments or failures, but by how they handle present circumstances and challenges. This insight reminds us that our worth and identity are determined by how we navigate current situations, not by what we did or failed to do in years gone by. The past, by its very nature, is beyond our control and influence, but the present moment remains entirely within our power to shape and direct. Why is it so important to avoid becoming obsessed with past events and experiences? When we focus excessively on what has already occurred, we risk losing sight of the opportunities, relationships, and experiences available to us today. We can fall into the emotional traps of excessive nostalgia, which idealizes the past and makes the present seem inadequate by comparison, or destructive regret, which focuses on mistakes and missed opportunities. Both of these mental states can lead to depression, anxiety, and a sense of hopelessness about the future. Instead of dwelling on the past, Stoic philosophy encourages us to accept what has been, extract valuable lessons from our experiences, and move forward with wisdom, gratitude, and renewed purpose. When we focus our attention and energy on the present moment, we open ourselves to finding joy and satisfaction in the simple, everyday experiences that surround us. We can appreciate a meaningful conversation with a friend, enjoy a peaceful walk in nature, savor a delicious meal, or simply feel grateful for the gift of being alive and conscious in this moment. Each new day presents fresh opportunities to live according to our deepest values and to make positive contributions to our own lives and the lives of others around us. The present moment is where real life happens, where we can make actual choices and take meaningful actions. So, the next time you find yourself mentally reliving a moment from your past, whether it's a triumph you're trying to recapture or a mistake you're continuing to regret, pause and take a deep breath. Gently remind yourself that what truly matters is what you choose to do right now in this present moment. Use your past experiences as valuable lessons and sources of wisdom, but don't allow them to become an emotional prison that prevents you from fully living today. The third critical area to address as we age is the dangerous tendency to neglect our physical and mental health. It's unfortunately common for people to think that as they grow older, investing in their health and well-being becomes less worthwhile or important. Some adopt a fatalistic attitude, believing that declining health is simply an inevitable part of aging that must be passively accepted. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. Maintaining good physical and mental health remains fundamental to living a fulfilling, independent, and joyful life at any age. Seneca, another towering figure in Stoic philosophy, offered the profound insight that life, if used well, is long enough. This wisdom reminds us that we should strive to make the most of whatever time we have, and an essential component of this is taking good care of both our physical bodies and our mental well-being. The goal isn't to attempt the impossible task of reversing the natural aging process, but rather to ensure that each day we live is as healthy, vibrant, and fulfilling as possible. Why is maintaining good health so crucial as we age? Our physical and mental health directly impacts every aspect of our quality of life. When we stay physically active, eat nutritious foods, and care for our mental health through practices like meditation, reading, or engaging in meaningful conversations, we enhance our ability to enjoy daily activities and maintain our independence for longer periods. Good health also serves as a powerful antidote to depression and loneliness, as feeling physically strong and mentally sharp has a profound positive impact on our emotional state and overall outlook on life. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of being mindful and intentional about our actions and making the best use of whatever resources we have available. This principle extends directly to how we treat our bodies and minds. Regular physical exercise, even if it's just a daily walk or gentle stretching, eating foods that nourish rather than just fill us, and taking time to rest, relax, and recharge our mental batteries all contribute not only to better health, but also to maintaining a positive and hopeful perspective on life. Therefore, make a conscious decision not to neglect your health. Create daily habits and routines that prioritize your physical and mental well-being. This isn't vanity or self-indulgence. It's a practical investment in your ability to enjoy life and maintain meaningful relationships with the people you care about. Taking care of yourself will not only make you feel better physically and emotionally, but will also enable you to more fully engage with and appreciate the activities, experiences, and relationships that bring meaning to your life. The fourth mistake many people make as they age is abandoning their commitment to learning and personal growth. There's a pervasive and unfortunate misconception in our society that education and learning are primarily for young people, and that older adults have somehow passed beyond the stage where acquiring new knowledge and skills is valuable or even possible. This belief is not only incorrect, but can be profoundly limiting and detrimental to mental health and overall life satisfaction. Epictetus, whose teachings form a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, taught that there is only one path to happiness, and that is to stop worrying about things that are beyond the power of our will. This principle applies directly to our approach to learning throughout life. Sometimes we convince ourselves that we no longer have the mental capacity to learn new things, or we worry that it's not worth the effort to try. However, what's truly beyond our control are the opinions others might have about our learning efforts or our own self-doubts and insecurities. What remains firmly within our control is our decision to engage with new ideas, skills, and knowledge. Why is continued learning so important throughout our lives? Keeping our minds active and engaged through learning new things serves as a powerful prevention against cognitive decline and helps maintain mental sharpness and agility. Beyond the neurological benefits, learning provides us with a sense of accomplishment and purpose that's crucial for combating feelings of depression and isolation. The process of discovering something new, whether it's learning a foreign language, mastering a musical instrument, exploring a fascinating historical period, or understanding new technology, opens doors in our minds and connects us to the wider world in fresh and exciting ways. Stoic philosophy encourages us to be proactive and take control over the aspects of our lives that we can influence. Making a commitment to learn something new each day, even if it's just a small fact or concept, helps us maintain our natural curiosity and keeps us actively engaged with life. Curiosity acts like a spark that can illuminate even the darkest and most difficult days, providing us with something to look forward to and think about each morning when we wake up. Consider the many learning opportunities available today. Online courses, community college classes, book clubs, documentary films, podcasts, volunteer opportunities that teach new skills, or even learning from younger family members about technology or current trends. The specific subject matter is less important than the act of engaging your mind with something new and challenging. So, make a firm commitment not to stop learning. Seek out subjects that genuinely interest and excite you, and immerse yourself in the process of discovery. This commitment to lifelong learning will not only keep your mind active and healthy, but will also provide you with a constant source of joy, satisfaction, and connection to the ever-changing world around you. The fifth critical area to address is the tendency to resist change as we age. As we grow older, it becomes increasingly easy and tempting to cling to familiar routines, established patterns, and known quantities while avoiding anything new or unfamiliar. This resistance to change is understandable from a psychological perspective, as change often brings uncertainty and requires energy to adapt. However, change is an inevitable and constant part of life, and learning to accept and even embrace it can become a significant source of personal growth and life satisfaction. Marcus Aurelius provided us with the profound insight that change is the only constant. This means that change is not an aberration or something to be feared, but rather a fundamental characteristic of existence itself. When we resist change, we're essentially fighting against the natural flow of life, which only brings frustration, stress, and unnecessary suffering. Instead, we can learn to adapt and view change as an opportunity for learning, growth, and self-discovery. Why is it so important not to resist change? Accepting change helps us maintain a positive and flexible attitude toward life's inevitable ups and downs. When we resist change, we're essentially closing doors and shutting out opportunities that could enrich our lives in unexpected ways. Moreover, resistance to change often generates stress and anxiety, while acceptance and adaptation can lead to a more peaceful, balanced, and resilient approach to living. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus our energy and attention on what we can control while accepting what we cannot. Change itself is often beyond our control. We can't stop the world from evolving, technology from advancing, or our own bodies from aging. However, we can control our response to change, our attitude toward it, and how we adapt to new circumstances. Instead of viewing change as a threat to our security or identity, we can choose to see it as an opportunity to refresh our perspective, discover new aspects of ourselves, and explore previously unknown possibilities. This might mean adapting to new technology that makes communication easier, adjusting to changes in our physical abilities by finding new ways to stay active, or being open to new relationships and experiences that come our way. Change can also mean letting go of roles or activities that no longer serve us and embracing new ones that better fit our current circumstances and interests. Therefore, make a conscious effort not to resist change, but rather to embrace the new experiences and opportunities that life presents to you. This openness to change will not only make you more adaptable and resilient, but will also allow you to live a richer, more varied, and ultimately more satisfying life. The sixth mistake many people make as they age is underestimating or neglecting the tremendous power of gratitude in their daily lives. As we accumulate more life experiences, both positive and negative, it's easy to become focused on what we've lost, what we lack, or what we wish we could change about our circumstances. This focus on deficits and disappointments can overshadow our ability to appreciate and celebrate the good things that remain present and available in our lives. Seneca offered the wisdom that it is not the person who has little, but the person who craves more, that is poor. This insight reminds us that true wealth and happiness don't come from accumulating more possessions, achievements, or experiences, but from developing the ability to appreciate and be grateful for what we already have. Gratitude helps shift our focus from what's missing to what's present, from what's wrong to what's right, and from scarcity to abundance. Why is practicing gratitude so important for our well-being? Gratitude has the remarkable ability to transform our entire perspective on life and can significantly improve our mental and emotional health. When we consciously focus on things we're grateful for, we naturally counteract feelings of sadness, depression, and dissatisfaction. Gratitude also strengthens our connections with other people, as we often feel grateful for the relationships and support we receive from family, friends, and community members. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of appreciating what we have while not becoming overly attached to things beyond our control. Practicing gratitude daily can be a powerful way to cultivate this mindset and maintain emotional balance. There are many ways to incorporate gratitude into your daily routine. Keeping a gratitude journal where you write down 3 things you're thankful for each day, expressing appreciation to people who have made a positive impact on your life, or simply taking a few moments each morning or evening to mentally reflect on the good things in your current situation. The practice of gratitude can focus on big things like your health, your family, or having a roof over your head, but it's equally powerful when applied to small, everyday experiences like enjoying a cup of coffee, watching a beautiful sunset, receiving a kind word from a stranger, or simply having access to books, music, or other sources of enjoyment. The key is to make gratitude a regular, intentional practice, rather than something that only occurs to you occasionally. Therefore, don't underestimate the power of gratitude in your life. Find ways to practice and express gratitude every day, and observe how this simple but profound practice transforms your perspective, improves your relationships, and enhances your overall sense of well-being and life satisfaction. The 7th area that deserves careful attention is the tendency to hold on to grudges and resentments as we age. Throughout our lives, it's inevitable that we'll experience conflicts, disappointments, and hurt feelings in our relationships with other people. We may feel betrayed by friends, disappointed by family members, or treated unfairly by colleagues or acquaintances. However, carrying these grudges and resentments forward can become a heavy emotional burden that significantly impacts our mental health and overall quality of life. Epictetus provided valuable insight when he taught that if someone is capable of making you angry, realize that your mind is complicit in the irritation. This teaching reminds us that grudges and resentments are largely products of our own thoughts and emotional responses, and therefore something we have the power to control and ultimately release. While we cannot control how others treat us, we can control how we choose to respond and how long we allow negative feelings to persist in our hearts and minds. Why is it so important not to hold on to grudges and resentments? Maintaining these negative feelings creates unnecessary stress and emotional weight that can significantly affect our peace of mind and mental health. Grudges can also prevent us from fully enjoying our current relationships and experiences, as they keep us emotionally tied to past hurts and disappointments. It's important to understand that forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting what happened or excusing harmful behavior, but rather freeing ourselves from the burden that these negative emotions place on our lives. Stoic philosophy teaches us to let go of what we cannot control, and this includes the actions, words, and attitudes of other people. By practicing forgiveness and releasing grudges, we give ourselves the opportunity to find inner peace and to focus our energy on what truly matters in the present moment. Letting go of these negative feelings allows us to live more lightly and with greater joy and freedom. This process of forgiveness is often easier said than done, and it may require time and conscious effort. It might involve talking through your feelings with a trusted friend or counselor, writing about your experiences in a journal, or even writing a letter that you may never send to someone who hurt you. The goal is to process and release these emotions rather than continuing to carry them as ongoing sources of pain and stress. Therefore, make a conscious decision not to cling to grudges and resentments. Practice forgiveness, not only for the benefit of others, but more importantly, for your own peace of mind and emotional well-being. This practice of letting go will enable you to live with greater lightness, joy, and emotional freedom. In conclusion, these Stoic principles offer timeless wisdom for navigating the challenges and opportunities of aging. By avoiding isolation, releasing obsession with the past, maintaining our health, continuing to learn, embracing change, practicing gratitude, and letting go of resentments, we can create a foundation for living with purpose, dignity, and joy throughout all stages of life. The ancient wisdom of Stoicism remains remarkably relevant and practical for modern life, offering us tools for resilience, peace, and fulfillment regardless of our age or circumstances. From childhood, we are taught the fundamental importance of giving, sharing, and prioritizing generosity over our personal interests. Society consistently reinforces the message that kindness and compassion are unquestionably virtuous traits that we should cultivate and express without reservation. However, there exists a rarely discussed but critically important perspective that warns us about the potential dangers of being excessively kind and compassionate in our daily interactions with others. We live in a complex world where reciprocity is not guaranteed, where we don't always receive what we give, and where the social dynamics of giving and receiving are far more nuanced than simple moral platitudes would suggest. This world is filled with genuinely generous people who have depleted both their financial resources and emotional energy through indiscriminate giving, often leaving themselves vulnerable, exhausted, and ironically less capable of helping others in meaningful ways. Could it be possible that excessive generosity might actually endanger our own lives and well-being? The answer, surprisingly, is yes. The unexpected negative effects that unchecked kindness can bring into our lives are both real and significant. Through examining these effects through the lens of Stoic philosophy, we can learn to navigate the delicate balance between genuine generosity and self-preservation. Today, we will explore 8 specific consequences that can result from being excessively generous, followed by 4 practical Stoic strategies to prevent others from taking advantage of your good nature. This exploration is not intended to discourage kindness or generosity, but rather to help you develop a more sustainable and wise approach to helping others while maintaining your own well-being and integrity. The first significant consequence of excessive kindness is the development of unrealistic expectations about how others will respond to your generosity. The Stoic philosophers emphasized the crucial importance of accepting circumstances as they actually are, rather than as we wish they were, and cautioned against basing our happiness and emotional stability on the actions and responses of other people. When we give without expecting too much in return, we avoid disappointment and practice the valuable skill of emotional detachment, which ultimately leads to greater peace of mind and psychological resilience. Consider this common scenario. You make a conscious effort to be generous and kind, consistently giving your best efforts to others without explicitly expecting anything in return. This attitude is undeniably noble and reflects admirable values. However, despite our conscious intentions, we often find ourselves harboring unconscious expectations that others will respond with similar levels of generosity and consideration. We naturally hope that people will recognize our efforts, appreciate our sacrifices, and reciprocate in kind. But what happens when these deeply held expectations are not met? The root of this problem lies fundamentally in our expectations themselves. When we assume that others will respond in the same manner that we do, we place ourselves in an emotionally vulnerable position. While it's entirely natural and human to desire that others appreciate and value our actions, Stoicism reminds us of a fundamental truth. We cannot control the actions, thoughts, or responses of other people. We can only control our own actions and our own reactions to what happens around us. It's remarkably difficult for any of us to be completely altruistic in our generosity. Whether we consciously acknowledge it or not, when we give everything of ourselves to others, we typically harbor some expectation that they will respond similarly. However, when you become accustomed to doing everything for others, they begin to take your availability and assistance for granted. They assume that you can handle everything both in their lives and in your own life, particularly in your own life, because they reason that if you're capable of managing their responsibilities, surely you must be able to handle your own as well. The harsh truth is that your expectations of reciprocity will frequently remain unfulfilled. What inevitably happens is that you find yourself feeling irritable, fatigued, frustrated, and deeply disappointed. Stoicism teaches us that our true wealth and contentment lie in our capacity to give without expecting anything in return, finding genuine joy in the act of giving itself, and maintaining our inner peace, regardless of how others choose to respond to our generosity. The second major consequence of excessive kindness is that people will come to expect your constant giving and availability. The Stoic practice of moderation, which was highly valued by ancient philosophers, becomes an essential anchor in a sea of seemingly endless demands from others. Instead of yielding to unlimited requests from those around us, Stoicism urges us to balance our generosity carefully. By giving in a measured and thoughtful way, we maintain control over our own actions and avoid falling into destructive patterns that drain our emotional and physical well-being. Human beings naturally adapt to situations and environments that feel comfortable to them. This fundamental tendency is where the concept of the comfort zone originates. When we consistently assume the responsibilities of others, we inadvertently enable them to remain in their comfort zones indefinitely. They feel no pressing need to grow, develop new skills, or face their own challenges because they have learned that we will always be available to support them and cover for their shortcomings. This dynamic creates problems not only for the recipients of our help, but also for ourselves. When we constantly take on responsibilities that rightfully belong to others, we inevitably neglect our own needs, goals, and priorities. We become trapped in an exhausting cycle of giving without receiving adequate support in return, which gradually depletes our energy reserves and undermines our emotional well-being. Practicing moderation and giving in a balanced manner allows you to maintain control over your own actions and decisions while avoiding the development of habits that systematically erode your emotional health. When you become accustomed to giving constantly and unconditionally, the beneficiaries of your generosity will naturally come to expect this level of support all the time. They begin to view your assistance not as a generous gift, but as an entitlement or right. It's important to understand that giving is indeed valuable and meaningful, but it's equally crucial to maintain a healthy balance in your approach. By establishing clear boundaries and practicing generosity in a measured way, you not only preserve your own peace and well-being, but also encourage others to take responsibility for their own lives and to grow as independent, capable individuals. In this delicate balance, we discover a form of generosity that truly nurtures both others and ourselves in sustainable ways. The third significant consequence of excessive kindness is that your own priorities and needs will be consistently overlooked and trampled upon by others. The Stoic philosophers emphasize the fundamental importance of living according to reason and virtue, and they understood that establishing boundaries and prioritizing our own essential responsibilities is crucial for maintaining balance and avoiding the sacrifice of our authenticity and well-being for the sake of others. If you find yourself constantly giving everything for other people's priorities, you may actually be running away from something within yourself that causes you pain and fear. The emotions that arise during moments of solitude can often feel overwhelming and uncomfortable. The sensation of inner emptiness, the deafening silence of being alone with our thoughts, and the deep longing for meaningful connection can generate profound emotional distress and anxiety. It's during these challenging moments of self-confrontation that we often seek refuge in serving the needs of others. We immerse ourselves completely in helping other people as a way of filling the internal void we feel within ourselves. This behavior becomes a form of emotional avoidance, where caring for others serves as a distraction from addressing our own psychological needs and unresolved issues. The cost of this relentless self-sacrifice is extraordinarily high. You gradually lose yourself in the process of constantly serving others. Your inner voice becomes drowned out by external demands and expectations, and eventually, when you're forced to confront the stillness and quiet of your own being, the pain and fear you've been trying so desperately to avoid emerge with renewed and often intensified force. It's absolutely essential to recognize that attending to our own needs and priorities is not selfishness. It's a necessary form of self-care and preservation of our authentic identity. The Stoics teach us that establishing healthy boundaries and living according to our own deeply held virtues is not only an act of genuine self-love, but also a pathway toward living an authentic and truly meaningful life. The next time you feel the strong temptation to escape from yourself through constant service to others, pause for a moment and take a deep breath. Acknowledge those uncomfortable emotions that arise when you're alone with yourself and try to embrace them with compassion and understanding rather than fear. Allow yourself to be authentic in expressing your own desires and needs. Establish healthy boundaries in your relationships and learn to say no when it's necessary for your own well-being. You'll discover that by honoring your own authenticity and needs, you not only heal and strengthen yourself internally, but also become capable of offering a more balanced and genuine form of generosity to others, generosity that flows from a place of inner fullness and authenticity, rather than from emptiness and desperate need. The fourth major consequence of excessive kindness is that you will eventually be perceived as weak and treated accordingly by those around you. Stoicism encourages us to cultivate inner strength and self-control, and this involves establishing firm boundaries and practicing self-discipline in our interactions with others. When you help others excessively and without appropriate limits, over time you might be seen as a figure of authority or expertise in whatever area you're providing assistance. However, you could also create exactly the opposite impression, which can be detrimental to how others perceive and treat you. In this context, your lack of boundaries makes you vulnerable to exploitation. People begin to perceive this vulnerability as weakness, and instead of developing respect for your generous nature, they may begin to take advantage of your willingness to help. They see you as someone who is readily available to shoulder the responsibilities of others without question or resistance, and this perception can lead to a situation where you find yourself constantly overloaded, exhausted, and frustrated. When you begin to say no in a firm but respectful manner, something remarkable and transformative occurs. People start to perceive you differently and with greater respect. You're no longer seen as the person who is willing to carry everyone else's burdens without complaint or resistance. Instead, you become someone who values themselves sufficiently to establish reasonable boundaries, someone who deserves to be treated with dignity, consideration, and respect. This shift in perception is absolutely fundamental to healthy relationships. By asserting that simple but powerful word "no," you transform how others see you and interact with you. You're no longer an easy target for the endless demands of others. Instead, you become recognized as a strong individual who is capable of defending your own boundaries and therefore worthy of genuine respect and consideration. Ultimately, respect doesn't come solely from what you do for others, but also from how you treat yourself and the standards you maintain in your own life. By establishing clear boundaries and practicing self-discipline, you send a clear and unmistakable message to the world. You deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. So the next time you find yourself in a situation where your boundaries are being tested or challenged, remember the strength that resides in that simple word "no." By using it appropriately, you're defending yourself and affirming your own inherent worth and value. The fifth consequence of excessive kindness is that you will accumulate many relationships, but people will only seek you out when they need something from you. When you become someone who is consistently willing to help others unconditionally, it's natural that people around you begin to notice and appreciate this availability. However, this attention often has a darker and more troubling side that many generous people discover too late. People who previously considered you a good friend might begin to exclude you from fun social activities and enjoyable gatherings, reserving your presence only for times when they need assistance, support, or some form of help. This pattern of behavior might seem cruel and heartless, but from a pragmatic perspective, it's not entirely surprising. People rarely invite their employees or service providers to share recreational and leisure moments with them. Social invitations are typically extended to close friends, family members, or people with whom they have genuine and equitable relationships. This change in how people treat you can be deeply disconcerting and feel profoundly unfair. You find yourself in a position where you give freely and generously, only to feel excluded and left out when it comes to moments of joy, celebration, and relaxation. This selective treatment can be emotionally painful and can provoke feelings of disillusionment, betrayal, and resentment. However, from a Stoic perspective, this type of behavior serves as a valuable test of your discernment and wisdom. It challenges you to recognize who genuinely values your friendship and companionship versus who is simply taking advantage of your generous nature for their own benefit. It's important to remember that Stoicism doesn't advocate becoming cynical or mistrustful of all people, but rather developing a deep and nuanced understanding of human nature and motivations. Through practicing discernment, you can choose to help those who truly need assistance and who will genuinely appreciate your support. By doing so, you not only protect your own energy and resources, but also surround yourself with people who appreciate you for who you are as a person, not just for what you can provide for them. Ultimately, this challenge provides you with an opportunity to practice Stoic self-discipline. You can choose to establish clear boundaries and decide how you want to spend your energy and time. By maintaining balanced generosity that focuses on those who truly value your help, you can live according to Stoic principles and find a sense of peace and satisfaction amidst the complexities of human relationships. The sixth consequence of excessive generosity is that you will tend to attract only needy people while repelling those who are genuinely willing to give and contribute to relationships. According to Stoic philosophy, our actions and thoughts emit a certain energy that attracts people with similar resonances and characteristics. When we cultivate a positive mental and emotional state, we radiate elevated vibrations that attract equally positive individuals, people who are generous, enthusiastic, authentic, and genuinely caring. However, when we give indiscriminately and exhaust ourselves emotionally and physically in the process, our energy becomes depleted and weakened. We begin to vibrate at a lower frequency, which unfortunately attracts needy and dependent people toward us. These individuals, far from being authentic and willing to contribute to a mutually beneficial relationship, approach us primarily to satisfy their own needs and desires without offering much in return. Additionally, this lower energetic frequency also attracts opportunistic individuals who have neither the intention nor the resources to help others, but who see in us an easy source for obtaining what they want. These people are skilled at identifying and exploiting generous individuals who have difficulty setting boundaries or saying no to requests for help. The key, according to Stoic philosophy, lies in developing discernment and practicing self-discipline. We must learn to recognize when we are giving excessively and depleting our own energies and resources. This involves establishing clear boundaries and practicing moderation in our generosity. By doing so, we maintain our vibrations at an elevated frequency and attract people who value our authenticity and are willing to contribute reciprocally to the relationship. By being conscious of our energy levels and practicing balanced generosity, we can cultivate authentic and mutually beneficial relationships. These relationships are based on reciprocity, respect, and genuine mutual appreciation rather than one-sided exploitation. Ultimately, This approach allows us to live according to Stoic principles and experience true human connection based on honesty, integrity, and mutual support. The seventh consequence of excessive kindness is the potential for developing addictive behaviors as a coping mechanism. When Stoics warn us about the possibility of falling into addiction, they are reminding us that moderation and self-control are fundamental for maintaining a balanced and healthy life. In the context of generosity, practicing self-discipline protects us from falling into addictive patterns that can emerge when we feel constantly exhausted and depleted due to our overextension in helping others. When we live according to Stoic principles, we recognize that generosity must be practiced in balance and moderation. Giving without measure and without restrictions can exhaust our own emotional and physical reserves, leading us to seek relief and comfort in potentially addictive behaviors such as overeating, excessive drinking, gambling, or other compulsive activities that provide temporary escape from our stress and exhaustion. Stoic philosophy teaches us to pay careful attention to warning signs that come to us through people who are close to us and care about our well-being. If someone we trust points out that we are relying too heavily on certain behaviors or substances, we should take these observations seriously and thoughtfully. It's natural for our first reaction to be denial, especially when we are caught in the early stages of an addictive cycle. However, these concerns typically come from a genuine place of care and love for our well-being. Accepting these observations with humility and gratitude is a crucial step toward developing self-awareness and facilitating personal growth. By doing so, we are practicing Stoic philosophy in action, applying the principles of moderation and self-control to avoid falling into addictive traps that can undermine our health and overall well-being. It's important to always remember that people who express concern about our behavior do so with the intention of helping us overcome challenges and move toward a more fulfilling and meaningful life. By taking their observations seriously, we demonstrate deep consideration for our own well-being and a genuine commitment to our personal growth and long-term happiness. The eighth and final consequence of excessive kindness is that your behavior will inevitably arouse suspicion and mistrust in others. Stoicism encourages us to act virtuously regardless of how others might perceive our actions. By focusing on living in harmony with our principles and values, we build a genuine reputation that is resistant to unfounded suspicions and accusations. Although we might wish things were different, the reality is that genuinely kind people are not abundant in this world. Therefore, if you are truly one of these naturally generous individuals, you will often arouse suspicion rather than admiration and gratitude from those around you. It won't take long after you begin displaying your kindness for people to start wondering what's really going on with you and what hidden intentions you might have that you're not revealing to anyone. This reaction doesn't necessarily mean that you've encountered a group of particularly distrustful or cynical people. More likely, it means that you're dealing with realistic individuals who have learned from experience to be cautious. The majority of people who are excessively enthusiastic about helping others tend to harbor ulterior motives that can be so troubling that it's often better to maintain distance from them and decline the help they want to provide. This suspicious response from others can be discouraging and hurtful, especially when your intentions are genuinely pure and altruistic. However, understanding this dynamic can help you navigate social relationships more effectively and maintain your commitment to authentic generosity while being aware of how others might perceive your actions. Now that we've explored the potential negative consequences of excessive kindness, Let's examine 4 practical Stoic strategies to prevent others from taking advantage of your generous nature while maintaining your integrity and well-being. The first strategy is to listen carefully to your feelings and emotions as they are trying to communicate important information to you. Based on the Stoic principle of self-awareness, it's crucial to pay attention to your emotions and feelings. The Stoics believed in the importance of self-reflection for understanding your reactions and needs. By listening to your feelings, you can identify whether you are giving excessively and depleting yourself emotionally, which allows you to adjust your approach and find a healthier balance. Ask yourself, how do you feel when you help others while neglecting yourself and prioritizing their needs over your own? Thinking of yourself and prioritizing others is such an altruistic act that practicing it should make you feel as if you're walking on clouds, filled with joy and satisfaction. However, if you feel overwhelmed, drained of energy, angry or used, it's time to pay serious attention to these feelings. If something that you have no obligation to do causes you such discomfort and distress, it's necessary not to deceive yourself and to honestly examine how the help you're providing affects your well-being. The second strategy is to overcome your fear of the word no. Following Stoic teachings, recognize that your time and energy are valuable resources that should be allocated consciously and in a balanced manner. Saying no in situations where you feel overwhelmed or when requests are unreasonable is a form of exercising self-control and protecting your well-being. Although the word no is often associated with negative behavior and pessimism, it's normal that we find it difficult to say no to others. However, negativity is what will truly invade our lives if we don't develop the ability to use this word when someone demands more from us than we can reasonably give. Practice saying no in front of a mirror and convince yourself that it's the only way to reclaim your freedom and avoid unnecessary and potentially dangerous risks to your well-being. The third strategy involves establishing and respecting time and space for yourself. Following Stoic principles of self-discipline and self-respect, it's essential to set aside time and space specifically for taking care of yourself. Do things you enjoy. Practice yoga, draw, listen to music while having a cup of tea, or engage in whatever activities motivate and energize you. Finish your obligations as early as possible so you can practice self-care regularly. This is something you should take very seriously, so seriously that you should schedule this time daily or weekly as you would any other important appointment. Therefore, if someone asks for help during your designated self-care time, they must be very respectful and accommodating of your boundaries, not the other way around. Without guilt or remorse, tell them no and enjoy that time and space just for yourself. If you don't want to be too abrupt, you can offer your help for another time, but always make it clear that your availability will be limited because you have your own life to attend to. The fourth and final strategy is to identify energy vampires and distance yourself from them. Following Stoic principles of self-discipline and discernment, it's important to recognize which relationships benefit you and which ones may be emotionally draining. By distancing yourself from people who consistently drain your energy and don't contribute positively to your life, you're taking care of your own well-being and applying Stoic self-control in your relationships. If you try to help an energy vampire, you should know that it won't work and will only deplete you further. These people overwhelm you with their complaints, their problems, and their catastrophic view of life. Forget about trying to help them. They don't actually want to solve their problems, because doing so would mean they'd have to stop complaining, and that's something they simply won't tolerate. In conclusion, According to Stoic wisdom, the best measure for all things in life is always the middle point or golden mean, and generosity is no exception to this rule. If we give too little, we appear selfish and stingy, while if we give excessively, we end up completely exhausted of energy, time, and probably money as well. So lean toward the gray areas, which remain the preferred tones when it comes to finding a healthy balance between prioritizing others and prioritizing ourselves. And when in doubt, always remember the magic word no, especially if someone is offering to take you somewhere that seems suspicious or potentially dangerous. The path to sustainable generosity lies not in unlimited giving, but in wise and balanced compassion that preserves both your ability to help others and your own well-being. By applying these Stoic principles, you can continue to be a generous and caring person while protecting yourself from exploitation and maintaining the energy and resources necessary for genuine, long-term service to others. Imagine standing amidst the most violent storm nature can produce, yet feeling completely at peace within yourself. Picture yourself as an unshakable harbor where no external turbulence can penetrate your inner sanctuary. This extraordinary state of being represents the ultimate power of cultivating proper judgment and developing what the ancient Stoics called emotional invincibility against life's unforeseeable challenges and difficulties. This comprehensive exploration, deeply inspired by 10 fundamental principles of Stoic philosophy, will guide you on a transformative journey toward nurturing an undisturbed state of mind so profound that nothing external can disrupt the tranquility that resides within your soul. The wisdom contained within these teachings has the power to revolutionize how you experience life, transforming daily struggles into opportunities for growth and external chaos into stepping stones toward inner mastery. The foundation of Stoic philosophy rests upon a crucial distinction that has the power to liberate every human being from unnecessary suffering. Why is there such an important difference between controlling our thoughts and being unable to control external events? The great Stoic philosopher Epictetus provided us with perhaps the most fundamental insight in all of philosophy when he declared that some things are up to us and some things are not up to us. This simple yet profound statement contains within it the key to unlocking true inner serenity and lasting peace. Inner serenity, that state of calm that we all desperately seek, depends entirely on focusing our attention and energy solely on what we can actually control through the application of wisdom and the exercise of our willpower. While outcomes in the external world are often completely beyond our control, every single person possesses the remarkable ability to control their perspective and their reaction to whatever circumstances arise. This represents one of the most empowering realizations a human being can have. The core lessons of Stoicism help us realize that virtue represents the true essence of a good life, not the endless pursuit of fleeting desires and temporary pleasures that our culture constantly promotes. Our judgments are what imbue meaning and significance into otherwise objective events that occur around us. When we endure hardships with the proper mindset, our weaknesses begin to dissolve, revealing the untethered essence of what it truly means to be human. Living in harmony with the fundamental laws of the universe allows reality to unfold naturally without creating inner obstruction or resistance within our minds and hearts. Through understanding and applying these timeless principles, we embark on a journey where Epictetus's Stoic philosophy paves a new path forward, teaching us to actively grasp the key to inner peace regardless of the external storms that may rage around us. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, but with consistent practice and dedication, anyone can develop the unshakable foundation that characterizes the Stoic sage. The first fundamental principle that forms the bedrock of Stoic resilience involves developing what philosophers call firm purposes. Epictetus once powerfully asserted that difficulties show a person's true character, and the greater the difficulty, the more glory there is in successfully surmounting it. He compared this to skillful pilots who gain their reputation precisely from navigating storms and tempests, not from sailing in calm waters. This statement represents far more than mere philosophy. It constitutes a direct call to action for anyone seeking to build unshakable inner strength. When you develop a crystal-clear understanding of your deepest goals and purposes, something remarkable happens. The world around you seems to shrink in size, transforming what once appeared to be colossal challenges into manageable steps on your journey. The inner strength you discover through this process of clarification and commitment cannot be defeated by external circumstances, no matter how difficult they may appear. A firm purpose is never something stumbled upon by accident or discovered through wishful thinking. Instead, it must be carefully crafted through moments of deep reflection and honest self-examination about what truly matters to you. This involves looking beyond superficial career goals or temporary personal achievements to identify the fundamental principles and values you want to dedicate your entire life to pursuing and embodying. Once that purpose becomes deeply ingrained in your heart and mind, the next crucial step involves applying consistent diligence to protect and nurture it against all the forces that would try to distract or discourage you. Perseverance and steadfast commitment to your chosen goals serve as the forge in which your strength is shaped and tempered in the face of adversity. A firm purpose functions like a powerful beacon cutting through the darkness of confusion and uncertainty. It serves not only as a guiding light to show you the way forward, but also as a solid anchor for your soul when life attempts to pull you into emotional whirlwinds and chaotic circumstances. When difficulties arise, and they inevitably will, a firm purpose becomes the lifeline that prevents you from sinking into the turbulent sea of overwhelming emotions and seemingly impossible circumstances. This represents far more than simple advice or motivational thinking. Firm purposes are literally the key to unlocking unparalleled mental strength and developing the ability to face and overcome any challenge that life presents. This principle embodies the very essence of Stoic philosophy, which offers not just a set of abstract rules for living, but tangible evidence of the tremendous power contained within human will and purpose. In the brilliant light of this philosophy, nothing becomes impossible, and nothing can shake the foundation of a truly resilient spirit that has been properly cultivated and developed. The second transformative principle challenges us to examine our relationship with mental sovereignty and self-control. Consider this thought-provoking question. Would you ever give your physical body to a complete stranger? You would never entertain the idea of handing over control of your body to someone completely unfamiliar and untrustworthy. So why do we so easily allow our minds to be hijacked by random thoughts and the deceitful words of others? When we permit ourselves to be influenced by other people's opinions and judgments, we are essentially handing the key to our happiness and inner peace over to strangers who may not have our best interests at heart. Mind control represents not just a useful skill, but a refined art that requires patience, practice, and dedication to master. When someone offends us or says something hurtful, it's entirely natural to feel wounded and want to retaliate or defend ourselves. However, Stoicism teaches us a profound truth. Our emotions are actually the direct result of our thoughts and personal perspectives, not the external events themselves. This revolutionary understanding means we possess the incredible power to choose how we respond to any situation, regardless of how others behave toward us. Instead of allowing offense and hurt to overwhelm us and control our reactions, we can learn to consider each challenging interaction as a valuable opportunity to strengthen our patience and deepen our self-awareness. To cultivate this kind of discipline and self-control, we must start with developing consistent daily habits that reinforce our commitment to inner mastery. Set small, achievable goals and accomplish them every single day to gradually build unshakable self-confidence. Focus your attention on living fully in the present moment, while simultaneously deepening your understanding of your emotional patterns and reactions. As you begin to truly realize that you possess the power to choose how you react to any situation that arises, you will gradually become resilient to external challenges and will no longer be easily swayed by negative emotions or the opinions of others. Consider the example of a dedicated baker who focuses every single day on improving their craft and developing their skills, paying absolutely no mind to excessive criticism or hollow praise from others. This baker refuses to allow any external opinions to affect their work process or dampen their creative spirit. Through patient practice and consistent self-control, the baker not only dramatically improves their baking abilities, but also achieves true freedom and lasting inner peace, gracefully overcoming any criticism that comes their way. Stoic philosophy represents far more than just a classical philosophical discipline studied in universities. It serves as a powerful, practical tool to help us face and overcome the everyday challenges that modern life presents. By learning to control our minds and handle our emotions with maturity and wisdom, we can achieve genuine peace and freedom even amidst a volatile and uncertain world filled with constant change and unpredictability. We cannot completely avoid becoming subjects of gossip and judgment from others, as this represents part of the human experience. However, we can ask ourselves a crucial question. Does the weight of malicious words truly define who we are, or is it our resilience and inner peace that ultimately determine our character and worth? Take a moment to relax and consider this deeply, as this inquiry opens up a pathway to soul freedom that exists when we are no longer bound by the opinions and judgments of others. The third principle addresses how we should respond when others speak ill of us or attack our character. Epictetus wisely taught that we cannot control the opinions or actions of other people, but we can absolutely control how we choose to react to them. In our modern world, this wisdom can be understood as accepting that everyone carries their own perspectives and values, and they may not always agree with us or act in ways we expect or approve of. Similar to the profound teaching of Christ to love your enemies, Stoicism advises us to be patient and open-minded toward differing viewpoints, even when they directly oppose our own beliefs and values. To live a life that remains undisturbed by the negative words of others, we must develop a deep and accurate understanding of ourselves. This includes cultivating a clear understanding of our motivations and the reasons behind our actions, as well as maintaining a firm belief in our core values and guiding principles. When you feel truly confident in the path you have chosen and understand why you have chosen it, negative words from others become essentially meaningless noise that cannot penetrate your inner sanctuary. To face insults or disagreements without allowing them to affect our emotional equilibrium, we need to develop genuine patience and practiced gentleness. Patience allows us to maintain our calmness and avoid reacting hastily or negatively, while gentleness helps us maintain good relationships with others even when they disagree with us or speak against us. Illustrative examples can be drawn from the lives of saints and ascetics throughout history who faced terrible harm and vicious insults with remarkable patience and kindness, always holding fast to their chosen spiritual path regardless of external opposition. When we focus our energy on personal growth and building resilience in the face of challenges, we not only improve our own lives dramatically, but also inspire and uplift those around us through our example. Remember that true power never comes from controlling what others think or say about us, which is ultimately impossible anyway. Instead, real power emerges from our ability to control how we allow those external things to affect our inner state and our commitment to our chosen path. Your response to negativity and criticism reveals far more about your character than the original words ever could. The fourth principle focuses on dealing with insults and offense in a way that transforms these challenging experiences into opportunities for growth. Epictetus, speaking with a firm and wise tone, emphasized that what really frightens and dismays us is not external events themselves, but rather the way in which we think about and interpret those events. This means that when someone offends you or says something hurtful, it's not actually their words that cause you pain, but rather how you perceive and react to those words that determines their ultimate impact on your soul and emotional well-being. Imagine yourself in an important business meeting where you express a carefully considered opinion, only to have a colleague strongly oppose it, and perhaps even criticize you personally in front of others. Instead of reacting emotionally with anger or defensiveness, you can pause for a moment, take a deep breath, and ask yourself a transformative question. Is this an opportunity for me to consider this issue from a different perspective that I might not have considered before? In taking this approach, you not only maintain your composure and professional dignity, but also broaden your outlook and demonstrate emotional maturity. Consider another situation where you're having a conversation with a close friend and suddenly find yourself being criticized for a personal decision you've made. Instead of feeling hurt and becoming defensive, you can take time to reflect thoughtfully on that criticism. Perhaps you'll discover that although their delivery wasn't perfect or particularly tactful, their intention was genuinely to prompt you to reconsider your choices from a different angle that might prove beneficial. This represents the valuable skill of finding light in the darkness, an ability that Stoicism encourages us to develop and practice consistently. Through applying this lesson, we learn not only how to endure offense or hurt without being damaged by it, but also how to transform these potentially negative experiences into stepping stones for meaningful personal growth and increased wisdom. The key to this transformation lies entirely in how you choose to face and interpret challenging situations. Strength, according to Stoic philosophy, doesn't come from avoiding difficulties or running away from conflict, but from knowing how to embrace challenges and overcome them with grace and wisdom. Remember that within every challenge lies a hidden opportunity for you to become stronger, more resilient, and more capable of handling whatever life brings your way. The fifth principle addresses the challenging emotions of fear and dishonor that often trap us in cycles of anxiety and shame. Have you ever felt trapped in what feels like a glass cage of fear and shame? These are the difficult times when we find ourselves doing things we don't really want to do just to receive acceptance from others or gain a small amount of praise on social media platforms. However, Epictetus, with his timeless wisdom and deep understanding of human nature, pointed out a simple yet profound truth that has the power to set us free. We ourselves are the ones who assign meaning to every event that occurs, thus creating fear and shame within our own souls. Unlike approaches that advocate denying or suppressing emotions, Stoicism invites us to embrace our feelings with courage and self-control, transforming them into sources of strength rather than weakness. Overcoming fear and shame means we are no longer shackled by the gaze and words of others, no longer held captive by what other people might think or say about us. This represents a journey back to our authentic selves, a process of rediscovering the true value and meaning of life in every breath we take and every daily decision we make. Epictetus teaches us that the key to lasting happiness lies not in external circumstances or other people's approval, but within the soul of each individual person. When we place our self-worth on things that lie beyond our control, such as other people's opinions or external outcomes, we open the door wide to fear and shame. Conversely, when we focus our energy on self-improvement, the cultivation of wisdom, and the pursuit of spiritual freedom, we discover unparalleled peace and inner strength that cannot be shaken by external events. Ultimately, the Stoic approach to fear and dishonor offers us not just a lesson on facing challenges, but also a powerful reminder to live a meaningful life where fear and shame are no longer insurmountable obstacles on our journey to happiness and freedom. When we develop the courage to face and overcome these difficult emotions, we not only liberate ourselves from their grip, but also inspire those around us through our example of courage and resilience. The sixth principle involves learning to anticipate obstacles and challenges before they arise, preparing ourselves mentally and emotionally to handle whatever difficulties may come our way. At its core, this Stoic principle of anticipating obstacles encourages a proactive stance rather than simply reacting to life's challenges as they appear. Epictetus suggests that by envisioning potential difficulties along our path, we prepare ourselves mentally to face them with calmness and thoughtful consideration. This mental training session should not be mistaken for an invitation to pessimism or negative thinking. Instead, it represents a strategic approach to strengthening our resolve and equipping our minds with the necessary tools and perspectives to handle any situation that might arise. Consider the inspiring story of a marathon runner who is preparing for an upcoming race. Aware of the principle of anticipating obstacles, she takes time to anticipate potential challenges that might arise: adverse weather conditions, possible injuries, or unexpected personal commitments that could disrupt her carefully planned training schedule. Instead of fearing these possibilities or hoping they won't happen, she plans accordingly by adjusting her training schedule to account for contingencies, preparing for different weather conditions by training in various environments, and allocating adequate time for rest and recovery to prevent burnout. On race day, when faced with a sudden downpour that catches many other runners off guard, she remains calm and focused, having mentally and physically prepared for exactly such a situation. What could have been a race-ending obstacle instead becomes evidence of her resilience and determination, proving the value of thoughtful preparation. Anticipating obstacles creates a powerful harmony between emotions and logic, teaching us to approach life's inevitable uncertainties with a balanced mind that can think clearly under pressure. Emotionally, this practice instills a deep sense of readiness and confidence that comes from knowing we're prepared for whatever challenges might arise. Logically, it enhances our problem-solving skills by encouraging us to think ahead and plan for multiple scenarios. This balance between emotional preparedness and logical planning represents a hallmark of Stoic wisdom that allows us to face life's ups and downs with a serene heart and a clear mind that can make good decisions even under difficult circumstances. The seventh principle contains perhaps one of the most liberating insights in all of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus once said, "Don't consent to be hurt, and you won't be hurt. This is a choice over which you have complete control." He taught that true power lies not in controlling external events, but in how we choose to react to every situation that arises in our lives. This perspective opens up a completely new path to liberation, offering us a revolutionary way of viewing how we accept and confront challenges and suffering in our daily experience. Imagine you are facing severe criticism from a trusted friend, someone whose opinion you value and whose words carry significant weight in your life. The initial feeling might naturally be one of hurt and betrayal, and these emotions are completely normal and understandable. However, Stoicism teaches us that while this initial emotional reaction is natural and human, the power to allow it to shape your ongoing emotions and subsequent actions lies entirely within your own control. So the crucial question becomes, how do we apply this transformative principle to our daily lives in practical ways? First, we must recognize and embrace the freedom to choose our response. When faced with criticism or hurtful words, remember that you always have the right to choose how you will respond to the situation. This doesn't mean denying or suppressing your emotions, but rather acknowledging them consciously and then managing them wisely. Second, we must focus on seeking inner strength and resilience. True confidence and lasting peace come not from avoiding all possible hurt or criticism, but from knowing deep in your heart that you can overcome anything that comes your way. In Christian tradition, this strength is often found through faith and prayer, while in Stoic philosophy, it comes from understanding what is truly within our control. Third, we must practice the difficult but transformative art of forgiveness. Just as Jesus forgave those who harmed him, we are called to practice forgiveness toward those who hurt us. This practice not only helps alleviate the emotional burden we carry, but also opens pathways to reconciliation and love that would otherwise remain closed. Remember that this principle is not a call to indifference or emotional avoidance. Instead, it represents a powerful reminder of the freedom and power that exists in choosing how we face challenges, as well as an encouragement to seek peace and strength through proper understanding of what we can and cannot control. By applying this principle, not just in difficult situations, but in all aspects of life, we move steadily closer to true freedom and lasting inner peace. The eighth principle involves learning to exercise proper restraint in our actions and reactions. In Epictetus's philosophy, exercising self-restraint in action represents not only a form of personal autonomy, but also a crucial step toward achieving inner peace and spiritual strength. This doesn't mean condemning all actions or reactions, but rather learning to selectively choose our actions based on reason and wisdom rather than impulsive emotions that can lead us astray. Imagine you're in an important meeting and a colleague suddenly strongly opposes your ideas, perhaps even criticizing you personally in front of other team members. The initial emotions you experience might include anger, disappointment, or even a strong desire to respond forcefully and defend yourself aggressively. However, according to Epictetus, this critical moment represents the perfect opportunity to apply the valuable lesson of self-restraint. Instead of allowing these powerful emotions to take complete control over your response, you can choose to take a deep breath and remind yourself that anger or strong retaliation rarely solves the underlying problem and often makes situations worse. You can choose to accept that opposing opinion rationally, consider it objectively for whatever merit it might contain, and even respond constructively in a way that demonstrates respect and opens the door for meaningful dialogue rather than destructive conflict. Exercising restraint in both action and speech not only helps us avoid undesirable consequences that we might later regret, but also demonstrates emotional maturity and practical wisdom to those around us. In a world where quick and forceful reactions are often mistakenly seen as displays of strength, Epictetus reminds us that true strength actually lies in the ability to control ourselves in any situation, no matter how provocative or challenging it might be. So how can we apply this crucial lesson in our daily lives? First, we must practice recognizing our emotions as they begin to rise, acknowledging and accepting them without immediately reacting. Second, we should pause before taking any action or speaking, giving ourselves a precious moment to think clearly about the best course of action. Third, we should engage in honest self-questioning, asking ourselves whether our intended action or speech is based on reason and whether it will likely bring positive results. Fourth, we must commit to acting mindfully, choosing actions that reflect a deep understanding of the situation rather than just an immediate emotional reaction. By learning to restrain our actions appropriately, we not only gain control over our emotions, but also develop the ability to face and overcome challenges calmly and effectively. This practice not only makes our own lives significantly better, but also helps us become the best version of ourselves, a resilient and steadfast person who can remain centered amidst the storms of life. The ninth principle centers on developing what Stoics call the power of acceptance, a transformative ability that can revolutionize how we experience difficult situations. Imagine you're on a long journey to an important destination and suddenly realize that you've become completely lost. Your initial reaction might naturally include anger at yourself, disappointment about the delay, and anxiety about reaching your destination on time. However, when applying the principle of acceptance, you begin to assess the situation with calmness and accept the reality that you are indeed lost. You come to understand that worrying excessively or allowing anger to consume you will not change your current reality or help you find your way. From this foundation of acceptance, you can begin to seek practical solutions, consulting a map, asking local people for directions, or using GPS technology to navigate back to your route. The important realization is that you always have the ability and freedom to choose how you will face any situation rather than being swept away by negative emotions that cloud your judgment. Here are 5 practical ways you can develop and practice the power of acceptance in your daily life. First, learn to recognize and accept your emotions when facing difficulties. Take a moment to honestly acknowledge the anger, sadness, or fear you feel, understanding that recognizing these emotions represents the crucial first step in accepting any challenging situation. Second, focus on understanding and analysis. Try to understand the root causes of problems and carefully consider which factors cannot be changed, as well as identifying what aspects remain within your control. This analysis helps you direct your energy more effectively. Third, practice redirecting your energy constructively. Instead of focusing on what you cannot change, which often leads to frustration and wasted effort, Use your energy to focus on positive actions you can actually take to improve the situation. Fourth, seek meaning and learning opportunities in every challenge. Remember that every difficulty brings with it an opportunity to learn something valuable. Actively seek lessons from each situation and use them to develop yourself as a person. Fifth, practice gratitude consistently. In any circumstance, no matter how challenging, there is always something to be grateful for if you look carefully. Gratitude helps maintain perspective and allows you to see light even in the darkest situations. By applying the power of acceptance, you not only learn how to face challenges more effectively, but also discover sustainable peace and happiness in everyday life. This represents one of the most important and practical lessons that Stoic philosophy, as taught by Epictetus, offers to anyone seeking greater resilience and inner peace. The 10th and final principle involves learning to live according to nature, both external and internal. Epictetus believed that the key to living a genuinely happy and meaningful life lies in learning to live in complete harmony with nature. This includes not just the external natural world around us, but also the inner nature within ourselves, the true essence of each individual person that represents our highest potential. Epictetus emphasizes that living in harmony with nature not only helps us find lasting peace, but also enables us to realize and maximize our full potential as human beings. Living according to the fundamental laws of nature requires us to understand that every event and every situation in life has a reason for its existence, and we need to learn to accept them peacefully rather than fighting against the natural order of things. To become truly immune to the constant fluctuations of life, we need to train our minds to perceive clearly and accept everything that happens around us without losing our inner equilibrium. This doesn't mean giving up our agency or becoming indifferent to outcomes, but rather learning to accept reality as it is, while finding happiness and fulfillment within the natural limitations that govern existence. Happiness, from the authentic Stoic perspective, is not about pursuing external pleasures or accumulating material possessions that fade away. Instead, true happiness comes from finding peace and deep satisfaction in simple things through living a conscious and self-aware life that aligns with our true essence as rational, virtuous beings. Living under the laws of nature according to Stoic philosophy represents not just a method for facing life's inevitable challenges, but also a clear path to genuine freedom and lasting happiness. By applying these principles consistently to daily life, we not only find sustainable peace within ourselves, but also become invulnerable to life's ups and downs, developing an unshakable foundation that allows us to thrive regardless of external circumstances. In the profound journey of exploring the philosophy of Epictetus and applying these 10 transformative Stoic principles to everyday life, we have traveled together through an inspiring and challenging path that has the power to completely transform how we experience existence. These lessons serve not just as guiding lights to help us navigate the inevitable storms of life, but also as a reliable source of strength to build a resilient soul that remains unshaken by anything the world might throw at us. However, the journey of self-improvement and philosophical development is never a solitary process that we must undertake alone. The wisdom contained in these principles becomes more powerful when shared and discussed with others who are also committed to growth and understanding. Every question, challenge, or success story represents a valuable source of inspiration that helps our community of learners grow and thrive together. Remember that every single day and every step forward leads toward meaningful self-improvement and contributes to creating a better world for ourselves and future generations. The path of Stoic wisdom is not always easy, but it is always worthwhile, leading to a life of greater peace, resilience, and authentic happiness that cannot be taken away by external circumstances. Imagine standing amidst the most violent storm nature can produce, yet feeling completely at peace within yourself. Picture yourself as an unshakable harbor where no external turbulence can penetrate your inner sanctuary. This extraordinary state of being represents the ultimate power of cultivating proper judgment and developing what the ancient Stoics called emotional invincibility against life's unforeseeable challenges and difficulties. This comprehensive exploration, deeply inspired by 10 fundamental principles of Stoic philosophy, will guide you on a transformative journey toward nurturing an undisturbed state of mind so profound that nothing external can disrupt the tranquility that resides within your soul. The wisdom contained within these teachings has the power to revolutionize how you experience life, transforming daily struggles into opportunities for growth and external chaos into stepping stones toward inner mastery. The foundation of Stoic philosophy rests upon a crucial distinction that has the power to liberate every human being from unnecessary suffering. Why is there such an important difference between controlling our thoughts and being unable to control external events? The great Stoic philosopher Epictetus provided us with perhaps the most fundamental insight in all of philosophy when he declared that some things are up to us and some things are not up to us. This simple yet profound statement contains within it the key to unlocking true inner serenity and lasting peace. Inner serenity, that state of calm that we all desperately seek, depends entirely on focusing our attention and energy solely on what we can actually control through the application of wisdom and the exercise of our willpower. While outcomes in the external world are often completely beyond our control, every single person possesses the remarkable ability to control their perspective and their reaction to whatever circumstances arise. This represents one of the most empowering realizations a human being can have. The core lessons of Stoicism help us realize that virtue represents the true essence of a good life, not the endless pursuit of fleeting desires and temporary pleasures that our culture constantly promotes. Our judgments are what imbue meaning and significance into otherwise objective events that occur around us. When we endure hardships with the proper mindset, our weaknesses begin to dissolve, revealing the untethered essence of what it truly means to be human. Living in harmony with the fundamental laws of the universe allows reality to unfold naturally without creating inner obstruction or resistance within our minds and hearts. Through understanding and applying these timeless principles, we embark on a journey where Epictetus's Stoic philosophy paves a new path forward, teaching us to actively grasp the key to inner peace, regardless of the external storms that may rage around us. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, but with consistent practice and dedication, anyone can develop the unshakable foundation that characterizes the Stoic sage. The first fundamental principle that forms the bedrock of Stoic resilience involves developing what philosophers call firm purposes. Epictetus once powerfully asserted that difficulties show a person's true character, and the greater the difficulty, the more glory there is in successfully surmounting it. He compared this to skillful pilots who gain their reputation precisely from navigating storms and tempests, not from sailing in calm waters. This statement represents far more than mere philosophy. It constitutes a direct call to action for anyone seeking to build unshakable inner strength. When you develop a crystal-clear understanding of your deepest goals and purposes, something remarkable happens. The world around you seems to shrink in size, transforming what once appeared to be colossal challenges into manageable steps on your journey. The inner strength you discover through this process of clarification and commitment cannot be defeated by external circumstances, no matter how difficult they may appear. A firm purpose is never something stumbled upon by accident or discovered through wishful thinking. Instead, it must be carefully crafted through moments of deep reflection and honest self-examination about what truly matters to you. This involves looking beyond superficial career goals or temporary personal achievements to identify the fundamental principles and values you want to dedicate your entire life to pursuing and embodying. Once that purpose becomes deeply ingrained in your heart and mind, the next crucial step involves applying consistent diligence to protect and nurture it against all the forces that would try to distract or discourage you. Perseverance and steadfast commitment to your chosen goals serve as the forge in which your strength is shaped and tempered in the face of adversity. A firm purpose functions like a powerful beacon cutting through the darkness of confusion and uncertainty. It serves not only as a guiding light to show you the way forward, but also as a solid anchor for your soul when life attempts to pull you into emotional whirlwinds and chaotic circumstances. When difficulties arise, and they inevitably will, a firm purpose becomes the lifeline that prevents you from sinking into the turbulent sea of overwhelming emotions and seemingly impossible circumstances. This represents far more than simple advice or motivational thinking. Firm purposes are literally the key to unlocking unparalleled mental strength and developing the ability to face and overcome any challenge that life presents. This principle embodies the very essence of Stoic philosophy, which offers not just a set of abstract rules for living, but tangible evidence of the tremendous power contained within human will and purpose. In the brilliant light of this philosophy, nothing becomes impossible, and nothing can shake the foundation of a truly resilient spirit that has been properly cultivated and developed. The second transformative principle challenges us to examine our relationship with mental sovereignty and self-control. Consider this thought-provoking question. Would you ever give your physical body to a complete stranger? You would never entertain the idea of handing over control of your body to someone completely unfamiliar and untrustworthy. So, why do we so easily allow our minds to be hijacked by random thoughts and the deceitful words of others? When we permit ourselves to be influenced by other people's opinions and judgments, we are essentially handing the key to our happiness and inner peace over to strangers who may not have our best interests at heart. Mind control represents not just a useful skill, but a refined art that requires patience, practice, and dedication to master. When someone offends us or says something hurtful, it's entirely natural to feel wounded and want to retaliate or defend ourselves. However, Stoicism teaches us a profound truth. Our emotions are actually the direct result of our thoughts and personal perspectives, not the external events themselves. This revolutionary understanding means we possess the incredible power to choose how we respond to any situation, regardless of how others behave toward us. Instead of allowing offense and hurt to overwhelm us and control our reactions, we can learn to consider each challenging interaction as a valuable opportunity to strengthen our patience and deepen our self-awareness. To cultivate this kind of discipline and self-control, We must start with developing consistent daily habits that reinforce our commitment to inner mastery. Set small, achievable goals and accomplish them every single day to gradually build unshakable self-confidence. Focus your attention on living fully in the present moment while simultaneously deepening your understanding of your emotional patterns and reactions. As you begin to truly realize that you possess the power to choose how you react to any situation that arises, you will gradually become resilient to external challenges and will no longer be easily swayed by negative emotions or the opinions of others. Consider the example of a dedicated baker who focuses every single day on improving their craft and developing their skills, paying absolutely no mind to excessive criticism or hollow praise from others. This baker refuses to allow any external opinions to affect their work process or dampen their creative spirit. Through patient practice and consistent self-control, the baker not only dramatically improves their baking abilities, but also achieves true freedom and lasting inner peace, gracefully overcoming any criticism that comes their way. Stoic philosophy represents far more than just a classical philosophical discipline studied in universities. It serves as a powerful, practical tool to help us face and overcome the everyday challenges that modern life presents. By learning to control our minds and handle our emotions with maturity and wisdom, we can achieve genuine peace and freedom even amidst a volatile and uncertain world filled with constant change and unpredictability. We cannot completely avoid becoming subjects of gossip and judgment from others, as this represents part of the human experience. However, we can ask ourselves a crucial question. Does the weight of malicious words truly define who we are? Or is it our resilience and inner peace that ultimately determine our character and worth? Take a moment to relax and consider this deeply, as this inquiry opens up a pathway to soul freedom that exists when we are no longer bound by the opinions and judgments of others. The third principle addresses how we should respond when others speak ill of us or attack our character. Epictetus wisely taught that we cannot control the opinions or actions of other people, but we can absolutely control how we choose to react to them. In our modern world, this wisdom can be understood as accepting that everyone carries their own perspectives and values, and they may not always agree with us or act in ways we expect or approve of. Similar to the profound teaching of Christ to love your enemies, Stoicism advises us to be patient and open-minded toward differing viewpoints, even when they directly oppose our own beliefs and values. To live a life that remains undisturbed by the negative words of others, we must develop a deep and accurate understanding of ourselves. This includes cultivating a clear understanding of our motivations and the reasons behind our actions, as well as maintaining a firm belief in our core values and guiding principles. When you feel truly confident in the path you have chosen and understand why you have chosen it, negative words from others become essentially meaningless noise that cannot penetrate your inner sanctuary. To face insults or disagreements without allowing them to affect our emotional equilibrium, we need to develop genuine patience and practiced gentleness. Patience allows us to maintain our calmness and avoid reacting hastily or negatively, while gentleness helps us maintain good relationships with others, even when they disagree with us or speak against us. Illustrative examples can be drawn from the lives of saints and ascetics throughout history who faced terrible harm and vicious insults with remarkable patience and kindness, always holding fast to their chosen spiritual path regardless of external opposition. When we focus our energy on personal growth and building resilience in the face of challenges, we not only improve our own lives dramatically, but also inspire and uplift those around us through our example. Remember that true power never comes from controlling what others think or say about us, which is ultimately impossible anyway. Instead, real power emerges from our ability to control how we allow those external things to affect our inner state and our commitment to our chosen path. Your response to negativity and criticism reveals far more about your character than the original words ever could. The fourth principle focuses on dealing with insults and offense in a way that transforms these challenging experiences into opportunities for growth. Epictetus, speaking with a firm and wise tone, emphasized that what really frightens and dismays us is not external events themselves, but rather the way in which we think about and interpret those events. This means that when someone offends you or says something hurtful, it's not actually their words that cause you pain, but rather how you perceive and react to those words that determines their ultimate impact on your soul and emotional well-being. Imagine yourself in an important business meeting where you express a carefully considered opinion, only to have a colleague strongly oppose it and perhaps even criticize you personally in front of others. Instead of reacting emotionally with anger or defensiveness, you can pause for a moment, take a deep breath, and ask yourself a transformative question. Is this an opportunity for me to consider this issue from a different perspective that I might not have considered before? In taking this approach, you not only maintain your composure and professional dignity, but also broaden your outlook and demonstrate emotional maturity. Consider another situation where you're having a conversation with a close friend and suddenly find yourself being criticized for a personal decision you've made. Instead of feeling hurt and becoming defensive, you can take time to reflect thoughtfully on that criticism. Perhaps you'll discover that although their delivery wasn't perfect or particularly tactful, their intention was genuinely to prompt you to reconsider your choices from a different angle that might prove beneficial. This represents the valuable skill of finding light in the darkness, an ability that Stoicism encourages us to develop and practice consistently. Through applying this lesson, we learn not only how to endure offense or hurt without being damaged by it, but also how to transform these potentially negative experiences into stepping stones for meaningful personal growth and increased wisdom. The key to this transformation lies entirely in how you choose to face and interpret challenging situations. Strength, according to Stoic philosophy, doesn't come from avoiding difficulties or running away from conflict, but from knowing how to embrace challenges and overcome them with grace and wisdom. Remember that within every challenge lies a hidden opportunity for you to become stronger, more resilient, and more capable of handling whatever life brings your way. The fifth principle addresses the challenging emotions of fear and dishonor that often trap us in cycles of anxiety and shame. Have you ever felt trapped in what feels like a glass cage of fear and shame? These are the difficult times when we find ourselves doing things we don't really want to do, just to receive acceptance from others or gain a small amount of praise on social media platforms. However, Epictetus, with his timeless wisdom and deep understanding of human nature, pointed out a simple yet profound truth that has the power to set us free. We ourselves are the ones who assign meaning to every event that occurs, thus creating fear and shame within our own souls. Unlike approaches that advocate denying or suppressing emotions, Stoicism invites us to embrace our feelings with courage and self-control, transforming them into sources of strength rather than weakness. Overcoming fear and shame means we are no longer shackled by the gaze and words of others, no longer held captive by what other people might think or say about us. This represents a journey back to our authentic selves, a process of rediscovering the true value and meaning of life in every breath we take and every daily decision we make. Epictetus teaches us that the key to lasting happiness lies not in external circumstances or other people's approval, but within the soul of each individual person. When we place our self-worth on things that lie beyond our control, such as other people's opinions or external outcomes, we open the door wide to fear and shame. Conversely, when we focus our energy on self-improvement, the cultivation of wisdom, and the pursuit of spiritual freedom, we discover unparalleled peace and inner strength that cannot be shaken by external events. Ultimately, the Stoic approach to fear and dishonor offers us not just a lesson on facing challenges, but also a powerful reminder to live a meaningful life where fear and shame are no longer insurmountable obstacles on our journey to happiness and freedom. When we develop the courage to face and overcome these difficult emotions, we not only liberate ourselves from their grip, but also inspire those around us through our example of courage and resilience. The sixth principle involves learning to anticipate obstacles and challenges before they arise, preparing ourselves mentally and emotionally to handle whatever difficulties may come our way. At its core, this Stoic principle of anticipating obstacles encourages a proactive stance rather than simply reacting to life's challenges as they appear. Epictetus suggests that by envisioning potential difficulties along our path, we prepare ourselves mentally to face them with calmness and thoughtful consideration. This mental training session should not be mistaken for an invitation to pessimism or negative thinking. Instead, it represents a strategic approach to strengthening our resolve and equipping our minds with the necessary tools and perspectives to handle any situation that might arise. Consider the inspiring story of a marathon runner who is preparing for an upcoming race. Aware of the principle of anticipating obstacles, she takes time to anticipate potential challenges that might arise. Adverse weather conditions, possible injuries, or unexpected personal commitments that could disrupt her carefully planned training schedule. Instead of fearing these possibilities or hoping they won't happen, she plans accordingly by adjusting her training schedule to account for contingencies, preparing for different weather conditions by training in various environments, and allocating adequate time for rest and recovery to prevent burnout. On race day, when faced with a sudden downpour that catches many other runners off guard, she remains calm and focused, having mentally and physically prepared for exactly such a situation. What could have been a race-ending obstacle instead becomes evidence of her resilience and determination, proving the value of thoughtful preparation. Anticipating obstacles creates a powerful harmony between emotions and logic, teaching us to approach life's inevitable uncertainties with a balanced mind that can think clearly under pressure. Emotionally, this practice instills a deep sense of readiness and confidence that comes from knowing we're prepared for whatever challenges might arise. Logically, it enhances our problem-solving skills by encouraging us to think ahead and plan for multiple scenarios. This balance between emotional preparedness and logical planning represents a hallmark of Stoic wisdom that allows us to face life's ups and downs with a serene heart and a clear mind that can make good decisions even under difficult circumstances. The seventh principle contains perhaps one of the most liberating insights in all of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus once said, "Don't consent to be hurt, and you won't be hurt. This is a choice over which you have complete control." He taught that true power lies not in controlling external events, but in how we choose to react to every situation that arises in our lives. This perspective opens up a completely new path to liberation, offering us a revolutionary way of viewing how we accept and confront challenges and suffering in our daily experience. Imagine you are facing severe criticism from a trusted friend, someone whose opinion you value and whose words carry significant weight in your life. The initial feeling might naturally be one of hurt and betrayal, and these emotions are completely normal and understandable. However, Stoicism teaches us that while this initial emotional reaction is natural and human, the power to allow it to shape your ongoing emotions and subsequent actions lies entirely within your own control. So the crucial question becomes, how do we apply this transformative principle to our daily lives in practical ways? First, we must recognize and embrace the freedom to choose our response. When faced with criticism or hurtful words, remember that you always have the right to choose how you will respond to the situation. This doesn't mean denying or suppressing your emotions, but rather acknowledging them consciously and then managing them wisely. Second, we must focus on seeking inner strength and resilience. True confidence and lasting peace come not from avoiding all possible hurt or criticism, but from knowing deep in your heart that you can overcome anything that comes your way. In Christian tradition, this strength is often found through faith and prayer, while in Stoic philosophy, it comes from understanding what is truly within our control. Third, we must practice the difficult but transformative art of forgiveness. Just as Jesus forgave those who harmed him, we are called to practice forgiveness toward those who hurt us. This practice not only helps alleviate the emotional burden we carry, but also opens pathways to reconciliation and love that would otherwise remain closed. Remember that this principle is not a call to indifference or emotional avoidance. Instead, it represents a powerful reminder of the freedom and power that exists in choosing how we face challenges, as well as an encouragement to seek peace and strength through proper understanding of what we can and cannot control. By applying this principle not just in difficult situations, but in all aspects of life, we move steadily closer to true freedom and lasting inner peace. The eighth principle involves learning to exercise proper restraint in our actions and reactions. In Epictetus's philosophy, exercising self-restraint in action represents not only a form of personal autonomy, but also a crucial step toward achieving inner peace and spiritual strength. This doesn't mean condemning all actions or reactions, but rather learning to selectively choose our actions based on reason and wisdom, rather than impulsive emotions that can lead us astray. Imagine you're in an important meeting and a colleague suddenly strongly opposes your ideas, perhaps even criticizing you personally in front of other team members. The initial emotions you experience might include anger, disappointment, or even a strong desire to respond forcefully and defend yourself aggressively. However, according to Epictetus, this critical moment represents the perfect opportunity to apply the valuable lesson of self-restraint. Instead of allowing these powerful emotions to take complete control over your response, you can choose to take a deep breath and remind yourself that anger or strong retaliation rarely solves the underlying problem and often makes situations worse. You can choose to accept that opposing opinion rationally, consider it objectively for whatever merit it might contain, and even respond constructively in a way that demonstrates respect and opens the door for meaningful dialogue rather than destructive conflict. Exercising restraint in both action and speech not only helps us avoid undesirable consequences that we might later regret, but also demonstrates emotional maturity and practical wisdom to those around us. In a world where quick and forceful reactions are often mistakenly seen as displays of strength, Epictetus reminds us that true strength actually lies in the ability to control ourselves in any situation, no matter how provocative or challenging it might be. So, how can we apply this crucial lesson in our daily lives? First, we must practice recognizing our emotions as they begin to rise, acknowledging and accepting them without immediately reacting. Second, we should pause before taking any action or speaking, giving ourselves a precious moment to think clearly about the best course of action. Third, we should engage in honest self-questioning, asking ourselves whether our intended action or speech is based on reason and whether it will likely bring positive results. Fourth, we must commit to acting mindfully, choosing actions that reflect a deep understanding of the situation rather than just an immediate emotional reaction. By learning to restrain our actions appropriately, we not only gain control over our emotions, but also develop the ability to face and overcome challenges calmly and effectively. This practice not only makes our own lives significantly better, but also helps us become the best version of ourselves, a resilient and steadfast person who can remain centered amidst the storms of life. The ninth principle centers on developing what Stoics call the power of acceptance, a transformative ability that can revolutionize how we experience difficult situations. Imagine you're on a long journey to an important destination and suddenly realize that you've become completely lost. Your initial reaction might naturally include anger at yourself, disappointment about the delay, and anxiety about reaching your destination on time. However, when applying the principle of acceptance, you begin to assess the situation with calmness and accept the reality that you are indeed lost. You come to understand that worrying excessively or allowing anger to consume you will not change your current reality or help you find your way. From this foundation of acceptance, you can begin to seek practical solutions, consulting a map, asking local people for directions, or using GPS technology to navigate back to your route. The important realization is that you always have the ability and freedom to choose how you will face any situation, rather than being swept away by negative emotions that cloud your judgment. Here are 5 practical ways you can develop and practice the power of acceptance in your daily life. First, learn to recognize and accept your emotions when facing difficulties. Take a moment to honestly acknowledge the anger, sadness, or fear you feel, understanding that recognizing these emotions represents the crucial first step in accepting any challenging situation. Second, focus on understanding and analysis. Try to understand the root causes of problems and carefully consider which factors cannot be changed, as well as identifying what aspects remain within your control. This analysis helps you direct your energy more effectively. Third, practice redirecting your energy constructively. Instead of focusing on what you cannot change, which often leads to frustration and wasted effort, use your energy to focus on positive actions you can actually take to improve the situation. Fourth, seek meaning and learning opportunities in every challenge. Remember that every difficulty brings with it an opportunity to learn something valuable. Actively seek lessons from each situation and use them to develop yourself as a person. Fifth, practice gratitude consistently. In any circumstance, no matter how challenging, there is always something to be grateful for if you look carefully. Gratitude helps maintain perspective and allows you to see light even in the darkest situations. By applying the power of acceptance, you not only learn how to face challenges more effectively, but also discover sustainable peace and happiness in everyday life. This represents one of the most important and practical lessons that Stoic philosophy, as taught by Epictetus, offers to anyone seeking greater resilience and inner peace. The 10th and final principle involves learning to live according to nature, both external and internal. Epictetus believed that the key to living a genuinely happy and meaningful life lies in learning to live in complete harmony with nature. This includes not just the external natural world around us, but also the inner nature within ourselves, the true essence of each individual person that represents our highest potential. Epictetus emphasizes that living in harmony with nature not only helps us find lasting peace, but also enables us to realize and maximize our full potential as human beings. Living according to the fundamental laws of nature requires us to understand that every event and every situation in life has a reason for its existence, and we need to learn to accept them peacefully rather than fighting against the natural order of things. To become truly immune to the constant fluctuations of life, we need to train our minds to perceive clearly and accept everything that happens around us without losing our inner equilibrium. This doesn't mean giving up our agency or becoming indifferent to outcomes, but rather learning to accept reality as it is while finding happiness and fulfillment within the natural limitations that govern existence. Happiness, from the authentic Stoic perspective, is not about pursuing external pleasures or accumulating material possessions that fade away. Instead, true happiness comes from finding peace and deep satisfaction in simple things through living a conscious and self-aware life that aligns with our true essence as rational, virtuous beings. Living under the laws of nature according to Stoic philosophy represents not just a method for facing life's inevitable challenges, but also a clear path to genuine freedom and lasting happiness. By applying these principles consistently to daily life, we not only find sustainable peace within ourselves, but also become invulnerable to life's ups and downs, developing an unshakable foundation that allows us to thrive regardless of external circumstances. In the profound journey of exploring the philosophy of Epictetus and applying these 10 transformative Stoic principles to everyday life, we have traveled together through an inspiring and challenging path that has the power to completely transform how we experience existence. These lessons serve not just as guiding lights to help us navigate the inevitable storms of life, but also as a reliable source of strength to build a resilient soul that remains unshaken by anything the world might throw at us. However, the journey of self-improvement and philosophical development is never a solitary process that we must undertake alone. The wisdom contained in these principles becomes more powerful when shared and discussed with others who are also committed to growth and understanding. Every question, challenge, or success story represents a valuable source of inspiration that helps our community of learners grow and thrive together. Remember that every single day and every step forward leads toward meaningful self-improvement and contributes to creating a better world for ourselves and future generations. The path of Stoic wisdom is not always easy, but it is always worthwhile, leading to a life of greater peace, resilience, and authentic happiness that cannot be taken away by external circumstances. Have you ever found yourself wondering what it truly takes to live a genuinely happy and fulfilling life? You're certainly not alone in this quest. In our modern world, which seems obsessed with endlessly chasing goals, accumulating material possessions, and seeking validation from other people. It becomes remarkably easy to lose sight of the fundamental basics of human contentment and well-being. Everyone talks constantly about happiness and the pursuit of it, but who actually provides you with practical, actionable guidance on how to achieve it without selling you some false dream or unrealistic expectation? Today, we're going to cut through all the noise, confusion, and contradictory advice to share what both cutting-edge psychology research and timeless Stoic philosophy can teach us about the nature of genuine happiness and life satisfaction. Here's a spoiler alert that might surprise you. True happiness is often found in the seemingly small everyday things that we routinely ignore, dismiss, or take for granted. The path to a fulfilling life involves learning to laugh more freely, spending meaningful time connecting with the natural world around us, developing the discipline to wake up early and start each day with intention, and perhaps most importantly, in our hyper-connected age, learning to turn off our phones and electronic devices once in a while to truly experience the present moment. Let me begin by sharing a story that beautifully frames the wisdom contained in today's exploration of happiness and the good life. There was once a young man named Mark who lived in a peaceful, quiet valley surrounded by rolling hills and flowing streams. Even though he possessed plenty of material possessions and his life appeared perfect and enviable from the outside perspective of his neighbors and acquaintances, he consistently felt like something crucial was missing from his existence. The nagging sense of incompleteness followed him through his daily routines and kept him awake at night, wondering what more he needed to find true satisfaction. One day, feeling particularly restless and dissatisfied, Mark made the life-changing decision to embark on a journey of discovery to uncover the genuine secret to living a happy, meaningful life. Along his travels through different towns and landscapes, he encountered a wise old man who lived simply in a small, modest cabin situated on a peaceful hill overlooking the valley below. After spending hours in deep conversation, sharing stories and exploring life's big questions together, the old man offered Mark 3 essential pieces of advice that would fundamentally transform his understanding of happiness and contentment. The wise elder explained that to be truly happy, you don't need more material possessions, greater power, or external validation from others. Instead, there are 3 simple but profound practices you need to cultivate and integrate into your daily life: gratitude, acceptance, and love. Mark listened carefully, initially puzzled by the apparent simplicity of this advice, as he had expected something more complex or revolutionary. The old man continued with patient wisdom, explaining that gratitude represents the foundational first principle. If you cannot appreciate and feel thankful for what you already possess in your life right now, you will never experience true abundance, no matter how much you acquire in the future. Being genuinely thankful for every small moment, every breath you take, every experience both positive and challenging, creates the emotional foundation for lasting contentment. The second principle, acceptance, involves recognizing that life will always contain inevitable ups and downs, unexpected challenges, and circumstances beyond your direct control. When you learn to accept things as they naturally are, without constantly trying to manipulate, control, or change everything according to your personal preferences, you discover a profound sense of peace that exists even in the midst of chaos and uncertainty. The third and final principle centers on love in its broadest and most encompassing sense. This means learning to love what you do for work and recreation, developing genuine affection and appreciation for the people who surround you in your daily life, and perhaps most importantly and challengingly, learning to love and accept yourself with all your imperfections, struggles, and human limitations. Only when your heart becomes genuinely full of love in these various dimensions can you authentically radiate happiness to others and receive it back from the world around you. As Mark began seriously practicing gratitude for his current circumstances, accepting life's inevitable changes and challenges with grace, and approaching his work, relationships, and self-image with deeper love and compassion, he made the profound realization that his long search for happiness was finally complete. The happiness he had been desperately seeking wasn't something he needed to find in external places, achievements, or other people, but rather something he needed to cultivate, nurture, and develop from within his own heart and mind. When Mark returned to his friends and neighbors in the valley, they immediately noticed a remarkable transformation in his demeanor, energy, and overall presence. When they curiously asked him about the secret to his obvious transformation and newfound sense of peace and joy, Mark simply replied with gentle wisdom, "Happiness isn't a final destination that you arrive at after achieving certain goals or acquiring specific things. Instead, happiness is the journey itself, the daily practice of living with conscious intention. If you commit to living each day with genuine gratitude for what you have, acceptance of what you cannot change, and love for yourself and others, you'll gradually discover that happiness has been available within you all along, waiting to be recognized and cultivated." This story perfectly illustrates one of the most fundamental insights about human happiness that both ancient wisdom traditions and modern psychological research consistently validate. True contentment and joy come not from external circumstances, achievements, or possessions, but from our internal attitudes, practices, and ways of engaging with the world around us. One of the most underrated yet powerful tools for enhancing happiness and well-being is the simple act of laughing more frequently and finding humor in daily situations. You may have noticed how we often unconsciously make life much more complicated, serious, and stressful than it actually needs to be. We treat almost everything with extreme seriousness, as if there's some kind of global competition for who can maintain the most worried, concerned, or frustrated expression throughout the day. We become so completely absorbed in our daily responsibilities, chronic stresses, and ongoing struggles that we forget one of the most basic human needs: the need to let go, relax, and find genuine amusement in the absurdities and ironies of existence. The ancient Stoic philosophers, who were the original masters of maintaining inner calm and emotional equilibrium under intense pressure, understood something profound about the role of lightness and humor in human life. At first glance, you might not expect a philosophical school focused on discipline, self-control, and maintaining composure, regardless of external circumstances, to embrace the value of laughter and levity. After all, their philosophy emphasizes rational thinking, emotional regulation, and maintaining your inner peace no matter what challenges life presents to you. However, even the Stoics recognized the critical importance of maintaining what they called a light heart when facing life's inevitable adversities and setbacks. Epictetus, one of the most influential and widely quoted Stoic philosophers, famously observed that people are not disturbed by things themselves, but by the interpretations and views they take of those things. While this quote appears to be serious philosophical advice about controlling your emotional reactions and mental responses, it also opens the door to a liberating possibility. How you choose to react to life's daily challenges can either weigh you down with unnecessary suffering or set you free through a lighter, more humorous perspective. Laughter might seem like a small, insignificant act when compared to major life decisions or serious personal challenges, but scientific research reveals that it possesses incredibly powerful effects on both your mental and physical health. When we laugh genuinely, our brains release a sophisticated cocktail of beneficial chemicals, including endorphins, which are natural pain relievers, and serotonin, which helps regulate mood and promotes feelings of well-being and happiness. Additionally, laughter actually reduces the levels of cortisol and adrenaline in our physiological systems. These two hormones are the primary culprits that surge through our bodies when we experience stress, putting us into an activated state of fight or flight response that can be exhausting and harmful when maintained chronically. By engaging in regular laughter, we effectively lower the levels of these stress hormones, which in turn reduces the physical and emotional effects of stress on our bodies and minds. In many ways, laughter functions like hitting a reset button on our nervous system, helping us calm down, feel more in control of our circumstances, and even improving the quality of our sleep and overall physical health. Dr. Lee Burke from Loma Linda University has conducted extensive and groundbreaking research on the physiological and psychological effects of laughter on human health and well-being. His findings reveal truly amazing results. Laughter works as a completely natural stress reliever that requires no medication, special equipment, or expensive treatments. His studies consistently demonstrate that even just a few minutes of genuine, heartfelt laughter can measurably lower blood pressure, boost immune system function, and significantly reduce the production of stress hormones throughout the body. In other words, laughter isn't merely a quick, temporary fix for improving a bad mood or momentary disappointment, but rather represents a legitimate long-term strategy for protecting and enhancing both your mental and physical health. But what if you're going through a particularly difficult period and don't feel like laughing? What if the pressures, responsibilities, and challenges of daily life make it genuinely hard to find joy, amusement, or humor in anything? This is precisely where the practical wisdom of Stoic philosophy becomes especially valuable and applicable. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot always control the external events, circumstances, and challenges that occur in our lives, we always retain complete control over how we choose to respond to and interpret those events. Choosing to look for humor and opportunities to laugh, even during tough and challenging situations, represents a form of personal control and emotional sovereignty. It's a conscious, intentional decision to search for the lighter side of life's experiences, to refuse to let hardships and difficulties completely drag down your spirits and outlook. This doesn't mean being insensitive to real problems or pretending that serious challenges don't exist, but rather maintaining enough perspective to find moments of levity and lightness even during difficult times. The remarkable thing about laughter is that it doesn't require you to have a naturally great sense of humor or comedic timing to benefit from its positive effects. Scientific research has shown that even forced or artificial laughter, such as what's practiced in laughter yoga classes or therapeutic laughter sessions, can produce many of the same positive effects on the brain and body as spontaneous, natural laughter. In one particularly striking study published in the Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine, cancer patients who participated in structured laughter therapy sessions reported feeling significantly less depressed, more hopeful about their future, and better equipped emotionally and mentally to face their ongoing medical challenges. Think about the profound implications of this research for a moment. People who were going through one of the most difficult and frightening battles of their entire lives found genuine relief, strength and renewed hope through the practice of intentional laughter. If individuals facing such serious health challenges can discover benefits from incorporating more laughter into their daily experience, then certainly anyone can find ways to benefit from this simple but powerful practice. The practice of spending meaningful time outside and connecting with the natural world represents another fundamental but often overlooked component of living a happy, balanced life. Consider your typical day for a moment and honestly assess how much of it you spend indoors, surrounded by artificial lighting, recycled air, and electronic screens of various sizes. Modern life has developed this peculiar tendency to keep us trapped inside buildings, vehicles, and enclosed spaces for the vast majority of our waking hours. We become glued to our smartphones and computer screens, locked into our desks and workstations, and by the time each day ends, it can genuinely feel like we haven't actually experienced the natural world at all. The ancient Stoic philosophers believed deeply in the importance of aligning ourselves with the natural world and living in harmony with the fundamental rhythms and patterns of nature. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, who was also one of the most profound Stoic thinkers, wrote with beautiful simplicity, "Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished." This insight suggests that the natural world operates according to its own inherent pace and wisdom, and when we learn to align ourselves with these natural rhythms rather than fighting against them, our lives naturally become more peaceful, balanced, and harmonious. But how do we reconnect with nature when our modern lives seem specifically designed to keep us separated and disconnected from the natural world? The answer begins with the simple but transformative act of going outside and spending time in natural settings. This might sound almost trivially obvious, but spending time in nature, whether that's a local park, a beach, a forest, or even your own backyard or a small garden, has profound and measurable effects on both your mental and physical health that scientific research continues to validate and explore. Numerous comprehensive studies have conclusively demonstrated that being outdoors in natural environments can significantly lower stress levels, improve overall mood and emotional state, and even boost creativity and cognitive function. According to research published in the prestigious journal Environmental Health Perspectives, spending just 20 minutes in a natural setting can measurably reduce cortisol levels, which is the primary hormone responsible for stress responses in the human body. The implications of this finding are remarkable. 20 minutes of fresh air, natural sunlight, and exposure to green, living plants can have a more significant impact on reducing your stress levels than most conventional relaxation techniques, medications, or therapeutic interventions. This connection between nature exposure and human well-being helps explain why people who live near parks, forests, or other natural areas consistently tend to be healthier both physically and mentally, and report significantly higher levels of happiness and life satisfaction compared to those who live in more urban, concrete-dominated environments without easy access to green spaces. The concept of what the Japanese call forest bathing provides an excellent example of how different cultures have recognized and formalized the healing power of nature connection. Forest bathing doesn't necessarily require hiking, camping, or any strenuous outdoor activities. Instead, it simply involves the practice of spending mindful, intentional time surrounded by trees and natural environments for the purpose of improving health and overall well-being. Scientific studies examining forest bathing have found that this practice can measurably lower blood pressure, improve immune system function, increase energy levels, and promote better sleep quality. The remarkable thing about these benefits is that you don't actually need access to a pristine, untouched forest to experience them. The same fundamental principles and physiological benefits apply when you're simply surrounded by trees, plants, or other natural elements like flowing water, natural stone formations, or even just wind and open sky. When was the last time you felt a genuine, deep connection to the earth and the natural world around you? When did you last deliberately feel the breeze on your face, listen mindfully to the rustling of leaves in the wind, or take a moment to smell freshly cut grass or blooming flowers? These experiences might seem small and insignificant when compared to the major concerns and responsibilities of adult life, but they can actually have a profound impact on your mood, stress levels, and overall sense of well-being and life satisfaction. Nature has this remarkable ability to ground us in the present moment and remind us of the bigger picture that exists beyond our immediate concerns and daily worries. It helps put our problems and stresses into proper perspective by connecting us to something larger, older, and more enduring than our temporary challenges. After all, how overwhelming can your current problems seem when you're standing next to a towering tree that has been alive and thriving for hundreds of years, or when you're watching waves that have been flowing in similar patterns for millennia? Becoming what many people call a morning person represents another powerful strategy for enhancing happiness and life satisfaction, though it's important to understand what this actually means beyond simply waking up earlier. Let's be completely honest about this. Mornings definitely don't have the best reputation among many people. For a significant portion of the population, waking up early feels like a form of cruel and unusual punishment. The alarm clock blares mercilessly, pulling you out of the warmth and comfort of your bed, and all you can think about is how much you'd rather hit the snooze button and sleep for several more hours. Who can blame you for feeling this way? Modern life has conditioned many of us to stay up late, binge-watch television shows, scroll through social media, and squeeze every last bit of relaxation and entertainment out of the nighttime hours before reluctantly going to sleep. But what if the secret to greater happiness, improved health, and enhanced well-being could be found in making the shift toward becoming someone who genuinely enjoys and benefits from waking up early and starting each day with intention and purpose? The good news is that becoming a morning person is much more about developing consistent habits and mindset shifts than it is about genetics or natural personality traits. Once you make this transition and give your body and mind time to adapt to a new rhythm, the benefits become genuinely undeniable and life-changing. The Stoic philosophers, who place tremendous emphasis on self-discipline, personal responsibility, and controlling what is within your power to control, understood intuitively the value of starting each day early and with clear intention. Marcus Aurelius himself wrote with characteristic wisdom, "At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, 'I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain about if I'm going to do what I was born for, the things I was brought into the world to do?'" This Stoic perspective highlights a profound truth about mornings. They're not simply about dragging yourself out of bed to face another day filled with obligations, responsibilities, and challenges. Instead, mornings represent a daily opportunity to embrace your purpose, take control of your day rather than letting the day control you, and start each 24-hour period with clarity, intention, and a sense of personal agency. The practice of filling your days with meaningful, purposeful plans represents another crucial component of living a satisfying and fulfilling life. Have you ever noticed how dramatically different days can feel in terms of how time passes and how satisfied you feel at the end of them? Some days seem to fly by in a blur of activity and accomplishment, while others drag on endlessly, leaving you wondering at the end where all the time went and what you actually accomplished. This curious phenomenon of time perception isn't random or mysterious. There's a direct relationship between how we structure and fill our days and how meaningful, productive, and satisfying those days feel to us. We've all experienced those lazy weekends where we had absolutely nothing planned or structured, and by Sunday evening we're left with a vague sense of dissatisfaction, wondering how 48 hours could have passed with so little to show for it. On the other hand, days that are thoughtfully packed with meaningful activities, clear goals, and purposeful plans often feel more fulfilling and satisfying, as if we've truly made the most of the precious time we've been given. The key insight here is that it's not simply about staying busy for the sake of being busy or filling every moment with frantic activity. Instead, it's about filling your days with purposeful, meaningful plans and activities that add genuine value to your life and move you closer to your important goals and values. The ancient Stoic philosophers had profound insights about the nature of time and how we should approach using it wisely. Seneca, one of the most eloquent and practical Stoic writers, warned repeatedly about the dangers of wasting time and letting precious days slip by without intention or purpose. In his influential essay on the shortness of life, he wrote with characteristic clarity, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." This observation captures a fundamental truth about human life and happiness. Time itself isn't necessarily the limiting factor in living a satisfying life. Instead, the problem lies in how we choose to use the time we have available to us. The Stoics believed that time was one of our most valuable and irreplaceable resources, and that we should approach it with the same care and intentionality that we would apply to managing any other precious commodity. The practice of refusing to give up on the things you genuinely love and feel passionate about represents another essential element of living a happy and fulfilling life. How many times have you seriously considered abandoning something you once loved simply because it became difficult, challenging, or temporarily frustrating? Perhaps it was a hobby that brought you joy, a creative project that once excited and inspired you, or even a career path that initially made you feel enthusiastic and purposeful about your future. Somewhere along the way, though, things inevitably became more challenging and demanding. Life became busier and more complicated. Progress felt slower than you had hoped or expected, and you began wondering whether it was really worth the continued effort, time, and energy required to keep going. The temptation to simply give up and move on to something easier or more immediately gratifying can become overwhelming during these periods of difficulty or apparent stagnation. However, abandoning the things you genuinely love and feel passionate about doesn't just mean giving up on a particular activity, skill, or pursuit. On a deeper level, it means denying yourself access to one of the greatest and most reliable sources of personal fulfillment, meaning, and happiness available to you. The Stoic philosophers had extensive wisdom to share about perseverance, persistence, and continuing to pursue what matters to you even when the path becomes difficult or uncertain. This emphasis on persistence makes complete sense when you consider that the Stoics believed life was naturally full of challenges, obstacles, setbacks, and unexpected difficulties. Rather than viewing these challenges as reasons to abandon your pursuits, they saw them as inevitable parts of any worthwhile journey and opportunities to develop greater strength, wisdom, and character. Seneca captured this perspective beautifully when he wrote, It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that things are difficult. This insight reveals a profound truth about human psychology and the nature of achievement. Often, the things we love and want to pursue seem impossible or overwhelming, not because they're objectively too difficult, but because we approach them with hesitation, self-doubt, or a lack of commitment to seeing them through regardless of temporary setbacks. The practice of deliberately choosing kindness in your daily interactions with others represents another powerful tool for enhancing both your own happiness and the well-being of everyone around you. In a world where it often feels like everyone is rushing around stressed out, focused primarily on their own immediate concerns, or too distracted by their devices and responsibilities to really connect with other people, kindness can sometimes seem like an outdated or naive concept. It becomes easy to overlook or underestimate the tremendous power contained in a kind word, a simple gesture of consideration, or just taking a moment to truly connect with another human being. However, the truth that both ancient wisdom and modern psychology consistently validate is that kindness represents one of the most powerful tools we have available for improving not only the lives of others, but also our own sense of purpose, connection, and happiness. While individual acts of kindness might seem small or insignificant when compared to major life decisions or large-scale problems, choosing to be consistently kind can create a profound positive impact on your own well-being and your ability to navigate the world with greater ease, joy, and satisfaction. The Stoic philosophers were profound believers in the transformative power of kindness, though they understood it not as mere sentimentality or people-pleasing, but as a fundamental expression of wisdom and strength. They recognized that while we cannot control the actions, attitudes, or responses of other people, we always retain complete control over how we choose to treat others and respond to the various situations that arise in our daily lives. The practice of saying yes more often to new opportunities, experiences, and invitations represents another crucial strategy for creating a more adventurous, growth-oriented, and ultimately satisfying life. How frequently do you find yourself automatically saying no to life's possibilities and opportunities? It's remarkably easy to get trapped in the comfortable routines and familiar patterns of daily existence, automatically turning down invitations or opportunities simply because they require us to step outside our established comfort zones or try something unfamiliar and potentially challenging. Perhaps you've been invited to a social gathering but would prefer to stay home in familiar surroundings. Or maybe you've been offered a new project or responsibility at work that feels like it might be too much of a challenge or require you to develop new skills. While there's absolutely nothing wrong with setting appropriate boundaries and taking care of your own needs and energy levels, constantly defaulting to no might actually be closing doors to experiences that could bring significant joy, personal growth, and a renewed sense of adventure into your life. The ancient Stoic philosophers didn't shy away from challenges, new experiences, or unfamiliar territories. They believed that life was meant to be lived fully and completely, and that genuine growth and development as a human being often requires stepping into unknown situations and embracing uncertainty rather than always seeking safety and predictability. The simple but transformative practice of occasionally turning off your phone and disconnecting from the constant stream of digital information and communication represents another essential tool for reclaiming your happiness and well-being in our hyper-connected modern world. How often do you find yourself unconsciously glued to your smartphone, tablet, or computer screen throughout the day? You might start by checking emails or social media for just a moment. But before you realize what's happening, hours have mysteriously passed and you've barely noticed the actual world around you. In today's hyper-connected digital environment, our electronic devices have essentially become extensions of ourselves, constant companions that we reach for automatically whenever we feel bored, anxious, curious, or even just slightly uncomfortable with silence or solitude. While technology undoubtedly brings countless benefits, conveniences, and opportunities for connection and learning, the constant stream of notifications, messages, updates, and digital distractions can rob us of something far more valuable and irreplaceable: our ability to be fully present in the current moment and genuinely connect with the world and people immediately around us. The simple act of intentionally turning off your phone for designated periods can be a radical yet highly effective way to reclaim your time, restore your focus, and significantly improve your overall sense of well-being and life satisfaction. The Stoic philosophers, while obviously living long before the invention of smartphones and social media, understood deeply the importance of being fully present and engaged with immediate reality rather than being constantly distracted by external concerns and information that was often beyond their direct control or influence. The journey toward genuine happiness and life satisfaction ultimately involves integrating all of these practices and perspectives into a coherent approach to daily living that honors both ancient wisdom and modern scientific understanding. The path to authentic well-being isn't found in any single technique, practice, or philosophy, but rather in the thoughtful combination of multiple approaches that work together to create a more balanced, intentional, and ultimately fulfilling way of engaging with life. Each of these practices, from laughing more and connecting with nature to developing morning routines and practicing kindness, represents a different facet of what the Stoics understood to be the art of living well. They're not separate, isolated techniques, but interconnected elements of a comprehensive approach to human flourishing that has been tested and validated across centuries of human experience and is now being confirmed by contemporary research in psychology, neuroscience, and well-being studies. The beauty of this approach to happiness is that it's entirely practical and accessible to anyone, regardless of their current circumstances, background, or resources. You don't need to make dramatic life changes, spend significant amounts of money, or wait for perfect conditions to begin implementing these practices in your daily life. Instead, you can start exactly where you are right now, with whatever time and energy you have available, and gradually build these habits and perspectives into a more satisfying and meaningful way of living. Have you ever experienced that puzzling phenomenon where the harder you try to control your life, the more chaotic and unpredictable it seems to become? You make detailed plans, force outcomes, push against resistance, and yet everything appears to fall apart despite your best efforts. But what if the secret to true power and lasting success doesn't lie in rigid control, but rather in cultivating an unshakable sense of inner calm that allows you to navigate any storm with grace and wisdom? This isn't merely pretty theory or empty philosophical concepts. These are real, time-tested strategies that have been refined and proven effective for centuries by the ancient Stoic philosophers, and they possess the transformative power to completely revolutionize the way you think, act, and respond to life's inevitable challenges. The principles we're about to explore can fundamentally change your relationship with stress, uncertainty, and adversity, turning these apparent obstacles into stepping stones toward greater success and fulfillment. Before diving into these life-changing concepts, Let me share with you the extraordinary story of James Stockdale, a man who endured one of the most brutal trials any human being could face, and who, through his profound understanding of Stoic philosophy and his ability to maintain inner calm, managed not only to survive, but to emerge stronger and more resilient than ever before. James Stockdale was a highly trained United States Navy pilot, a man who had developed absolute mastery over his aircraft, his missions, and his decision-making processes. He was someone who lived in a world of precision, control, and calculated risk. Until one fateful day during the Vietnam War, when everything he thought he could control was suddenly and violently stripped away from him in a matter of seconds. His plane was shot down over enemy territory. There was no time for careful planning or strategic thinking, only the immediate reality of impact, free fall, and the desperate struggle for survival as he ejected with his parachute. Before he even touched the ground, he knew with terrible certainty what awaited him, because he wasn't landing in friendly territory. He was falling directly into the hands of his enemies. They captured him immediately, beat him mercilessly, and dragged him like he was nothing more than a piece of meat that had fallen from the sky. When he arrived at the prisoner of war camp, his real test began in earnest. They chained him up, subjected him to systematic torture, and left him in complete isolation for days on end, with no contact with the outside world or even other prisoners. 7 years. Not 7 days or 7 months, but 7 full years locked in a tiny, cramped cell, never knowing if he would see sunlight again, never knowing if each day might be his last. Many men in similar situations completely broke under the pressure. They gave up hope, surrendered their will to live, and allowed fear and despair to consume them entirely. But James Stockdale took a different path. It wasn't because he was physically stronger than the others, nor because he had more natural endurance or pain tolerance. His survival and eventual triumph came from something far more powerful and unassailable: complete control over his own mind and mental responses. Stockdale wasn't just a military officer, he was also a dedicated student of Stoic philosophy, and during his darkest hours in captivity, he remembered and applied the profound wisdom of Epictetus, who taught that it is not circumstances themselves that harm us, but our interpretation of those circumstances. Stockdale realized that while he couldn't control his physical situation, the torture, or his captor's actions, he retained complete control over how he chose to experience and respond to these terrible circumstances. He couldn't stop them from beating his body, but he could prevent them from defeating his spirit. He couldn't escape his physical prison, but he could maintain his mental freedom by holding on to the one thing that no one could take from him: his attitude and his chosen response to suffering. So he made a decision that changed everything. Instead of sinking into despair, hopelessness, and mental defeat, he decided he would find a way to resist and maintain his dignity and humanity. He secretly became the leader of the other prisoners, creating an ingenious coded communication system so they wouldn't feel completely alone and isolated. He taught them psychological resistance techniques and showed them how to prevent their captors from breaking them mentally and spiritually. While his captors tried relentlessly to crush his will and destroy his identity, Stockdale kept repeating to himself like a mantra: "This suffering does not define who I am. I am stronger than this situation. My captors may control my body, but they cannot control my mind or my spirit." And he was absolutely right. After 7 years of unimaginable hardship and suffering, he was finally freed. When someone asked him how he had managed to endure such a prolonged nightmare, his answer was both simple and profound: I accepted the reality of my situation completely, but I never lost faith in my ability to overcome it and eventually prevail. Stockdale understood something that many people never grasp. You don't control what happens to you, but you always control how you choose to respond. And that choice, that mental sovereignty, was the key to his survival and ultimate triumph over seemingly impossible circumstances. So now I ask you, what is stealing your sense of calm and inner peace today? Is it a problem at work that seems insurmountable? An argument with someone you care about? A series of setbacks that make you feel like everything is spinning out of control? Do you feel like external circumstances are completely overwhelming you and that you have no power to change anything? If James Stockdale could find strength, dignity, and hope in the middle of the worst nightmare imaginable, then you absolutely have the capacity to find calm and maintain your composure in whatever challenges you're currently facing. No matter how difficult your situation might seem right now, you always retain control over the most important thing: your response, your attitude, and your chosen interpretation of events. The foundation of this transformation begins with understanding that calm is not just a pleasant feeling or a luxury for peaceful moments. Calm is actually your greatest weapon in navigating life's challenges and achieving lasting success. Imagine you're a Formula One race car driver, your hands gripping the steering wheel with focused intensity, the engine roaring with tremendous power, and the track stretching ahead like a scorching desert of asphalt under intense pressure. You're approaching the final stretch of the race, just seconds away from claiming first place and achieving the victory you've trained for years to accomplish. Suddenly, as you navigate a particularly sharp turn at high speed, something goes wrong. The car loses traction unexpectedly. The steering wheel feels weightless in your hands. Control begins to slip away, and the world around you starts moving too fast to process clearly. This is the defining moment that separates good drivers from truly great ones. You have two distinct options available to you. The first option is to panic, freeze up, and react with pure fear and desperation, jerking the wheel impulsively without thinking clearly about the consequences. The inevitable result of this approach: you end up spinning off the track, crashing into the gravel, and eliminated from the race entirely. The second option requires a completely different approach. Stay calm and composed even as you feel the car sliding beneath you, but don't allow desperation and panic to take control of your decision-making. Instead, ease off the accelerator gradually, make precise steering corrections based on experience and training, and regain control at exactly the right moment to continue racing toward victory. The best drivers in the world aren't necessarily the fastest or most aggressive. They're the ones who maintain a cool head and clear thinking when everything seems to be spinning out of control. They don't fight against the physics of the situation. Instead, they understand the dynamics at play and use their knowledge and composure to their strategic advantage. Life operates according to the same fundamental principles. Success isn't about avoiding problems, challenges, or unexpected setbacks. These are inevitable parts of any meaningful journey. Instead, success comes from learning how to respond with clarity, wisdom, and composure when difficulties inevitably arise. If you study the most successful people across different fields and industries, you'll notice they all share one crucial characteristic. It's not that they never face crises or that their lives are somehow perfect and problem-free. Instead, when the world seems to turn against them, when unexpected challenges emerge, when everything appears to be falling apart, they somehow manage to stay mentally and emotionally on track. They don't lose their composure. They don't let fear dictate their decisions, and they don't allow external circumstances to control their internal state. Ryan Holiday, the contemporary author of The Obstacle is the Way, calls this ability a strategic advantage that separates high achievers from those who struggle. He explains that real strength isn't found in speed, aggression, or trying to overpower situations through force. Instead, true strength lies in the ability to stay composed, think clearly, and make wise decisions when everything around you seems to be falling apart. This isn't just motivational theory or wishful thinking. The concept is supported by solid neuroscientific research. When we react impulsively to stress and challenges, it's the amygdala, the primitive part of our brain responsible for fight or flight responses, that takes control. This leads to emotional reactions driven by fear, anger, and frustration rather than rational thinking. However, when we manage to stay calm and composed under pressure, we activate the prefrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain responsible for reasoning, evaluation, and intelligent decision-making. A comprehensive study conducted by the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience in London found that people who train their ability to remain calm under pressure not only experience significantly less stress and anxiety, but they also achieve measurably better long-term results in their personal and professional endeavors. The key insight is that calm people don't make decisions based on momentary emotions or knee-jerk reactions. Instead, they act based on strategy, careful consideration, and long-term thinking. They take the time to assess situations objectively, consider multiple options, and choose responses that align with their values and goals, rather than simply reacting to immediate pressures. But how do you actually apply this understanding in real-life situations? Because while it's easy to talk about staying calm when you're reading about it or discussing it in theory, the real challenge comes when reality hits you unexpectedly, when that metaphorical sharp curve appears out of nowhere and you feel like you're about to lose control of everything you've worked to build. One powerful technique is what can be called the observer method. When you find yourself in a stressful or challenging situation, imagine that you're not the person directly experiencing the problem, but rather a neutral observer watching a movie or documentary. From this detached perspective, what advice would you give to the main character? This mental exercise helps you create emotional distance from the immediate intensity of the situation and enables you to think more objectively about the best course of action. Here's a strategy that can truly set you up for long-term success. Don't wait for major crises to begin practicing these calm-maintaining techniques. Instead, treat every minor inconvenience and small frustration as an opportunity to train your mental composure and emotional regulation. For example, imagine you come home from grocery shopping, start unpacking your purchases, and suddenly the carton of eggs decides to leap off the counter and crash onto the floor, creating a messy disaster. Naturally, your first instinct might be to feel frustrated, curse your luck, and wonder why these things always happen at the worst possible times. But this seemingly trivial incident is actually a perfect test of your emotional self-control. If something as small and ultimately insignificant as spilled eggs can steal your inner calm and trigger a strong emotional reaction, what do you think will happen when you face genuinely serious problems and major life challenges? If you can't maintain your composure and emotional equilibrium during small, everyday setbacks, you won't have the mental strength and emotional resources necessary to stay calm during truly important moments. Inner calm isn't something that magically appears when you need it most during a crisis. Instead, it's like a muscle that must be trained and strengthened through consistent daily practice. The question you need to ask yourself is this: do you really want to continue reacting like an inexperienced driver who loses their composure and crashes at the first sign of difficulty? If staying calm actually makes you stronger, more effective, and more successful, why would you continue allowing external circumstances to push you off track and derail your progress toward your goals? This brings us to a fundamental question that most people never seriously consider. Can you really control everything in your life? Have you ever experienced one of those days where absolutely nothing goes according to your carefully laid plans? You wake up early, feeling optimistic and energized, thinking, "Today is going to be an absolutely great day." You have everything scheduled and organized down to the smallest detail. You're going to finish that important project that's been waiting for your attention, complete your workout routine, prepare a special dinner, and everything will unfold perfectly according to your vision. But then reality has other plans, and everything starts falling apart in unexpected ways. Your boss suddenly asks for something urgent that wasn't anywhere in your original plans, completely disrupting your schedule. A friend cancels dinner at the last minute, leaving you with unused ingredients and changed expectations. You call someone hoping for support and encouragement, and instead they hit you with a comment that completely ruins your mood and throws off your emotional equilibrium. As these unexpected events accumulate, you feel frustration and disappointment creeping in. Nothing is going as you expected, and you find yourself unable to tolerate the gap between your expectations and reality. This is precisely where the real problem begins to emerge, because we don't just want to control our own lives and circumstances, we also want to control other people's actions, reactions, and decisions. We want people to respond exactly the way we imagine they should, for our plans to unfold precisely as we designed them, and for everything to go perfectly according to our personal vision of how things ought to be. We want to live in a world where everyone acts rationally, considerately, and in ways that support our goals and preferences. So let me ask you directly, how many times has this happened to you? How many times have you tried desperately to change someone else, to make them see reason, to convince them to do things the way you believe they should be done, to get them to understand your perspective and act accordingly? Maybe you repeatedly give advice to a friend who keeps making the same mistakes and ignoring your wisdom. Perhaps you try endlessly to get your romantic partner to see things from your point of view and respond to situations the way you think they should. Or you wish your parents would stop worrying so much about you and understand that you're capable of making your own decisions and living your own life. When these people don't change according to your expectations, when they continue acting in ways that seem irrational or frustrating to you, you become angry, disappointed, and feel like everything in your life is going wrong. But here's the crucial insight. The problem isn't actually the situation itself or the other people involved. The real problem is your attachment to the idea that you can and should be able to control outcomes that are fundamentally beyond your influence. Naval Ravikant, the successful investor and entrepreneur, explained this concept brilliantly in one of his talks about happiness and personal success. He said that suffering comes primarily from the desire to control things that are uncontrollable. He was describing how many people spend their entire lives trying to force outcomes, manipulate circumstances, and change other people, when in reality the key to peace and satisfaction is learning to let go of this illusion of control and focus exclusively on what is actually within your sphere of influence. This isn't just modern self-help philosophy. Epictetus, the ancient Stoic philosopher, expressed the same fundamental truth more than 2,000 years ago when he wrote, "Some things are up to us, and some things are not. Only those who cling to what they cannot control will suffer." This simple statement contains profound wisdom about the nature of human suffering and the path to inner peace. Modern science validates this ancient wisdom. A comprehensive study conducted by Stanford University analyzed the impact of uncertainty and lack of control on emotional well-being and mental health. The researchers divided participants into two different experimental conditions. The first group was given tasks where they had complete control over the outcomes and could directly influence the results through their efforts. The second group was given tasks where the results depended entirely on external factors they couldn't influence or predict. The researchers then carefully measured stress levels, anxiety indicators, and overall emotional responses in both groups. The results were striking and clear. The people who accepted uncertainty and focused on what they could control showed significantly lower anxiety levels, greater adaptability to changing circumstances, and more stable emotional states throughout the experiment. Meanwhile, those who desperately clung to the illusion of control and constantly tried to influence uncontrollable outcomes felt continuously frustrated, emotionally exhausted, and increasingly stressed as the experiment progressed. The difference wasn't in their circumstances or their inherent capabilities, it was entirely in their approach to control and their acceptance of uncertainty. This raises an important question for self-reflection. Which side do you think you would fall on in such an experiment? Are you someone who can accept what you cannot change and focus your energy on what you can actually influence? Or do you tend to fight against the wind, expecting it to change direction simply because you want it to? If you want to learn how to live without every obstacle knocking you off balance and derailing your progress towards success, try implementing these two powerful challenges in your daily life. The first is what I call the "so what" challenge. The next time something doesn't go according to your plans or expectations, pause and ask yourself this simple but profound question. So what? Will this matter in 5 years? This question is incredibly effective because it forces you to gain perspective on the relative importance of whatever is currently frustrating you. Most of the things that steal our peace and create stress in the moment are situations we won't even remember clearly in a few months, let alone years. By consciously putting temporary setbacks in their proper perspective, you can maintain your emotional equilibrium and avoid wasting precious mental energy on truly insignificant matters. The second challenge might seem counterintuitive at first, and honestly, I'm almost hesitant to suggest it because I know your initial reaction will probably be a firm, absolutely not. But if you're willing to trust the process, this practice could genuinely transform your relationship with control and uncertainty. I call it the Controlled Chaos Challenge. One day each week, deliberately stop planning every detail of your schedule. Allow yourself to go with the flow without rigid expectations about how everything should unfold. Instead of fighting against uncertainty, embrace it as an opportunity to practice adaptability and discover new possibilities you might never have encountered otherwise. You'll be amazed at how quickly your mind adapts to this approach, and how, paradoxically, by letting go of the illusion of complete control, you actually gain a different kind of control. The control that comes from being flexible, resilient, and able to respond effectively to whatever circumstances arise. Life isn't a straight, predictable highway where everything follows the detailed map you've created in your mind. It's much more like sailing in open waters, where you can't avoid the waves, storms, or sudden shifts in weather conditions. But you can learn to adjust your sails skillfully, let go of what isn't actually up to you, and focus your energy on the only things you truly can control: your decisions, your attitude, and your response to every situation that arises. This is where genuine success originates, not in trying to control everything and everyone around you, but in knowing how to adapt, flow with changing circumstances, and take complete charge of what's actually within your power to influence. Another crucial element of maintaining calm and achieving success involves cultivating genuine gratitude before allowing yourself to fall into the trap of complaining. Your brain operates much like a garden, and what you plant in it through your daily thoughts and focus is exactly what will grow and flourish over time. If every day you water your mental garden with stress, complaints, and negativity, you'll inevitably end up with a dry, thorn-filled wasteland that produces nothing but more suffering and dissatisfaction. This isn't just a pleasant metaphor or wishful thinking. A team of neuroscientists at the University of California, Berkeley, wanted to test this concept scientifically, so they conducted a carefully controlled experiment. They divided a large group of participants into two distinct groups and gave them a simple but telling task to complete over several weeks. The first group was asked to write down 3 specific things they felt grateful for every single night before going to sleep, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant those things might be. The second group was given no specific instructions and could write about anything they wanted, with no particular focus or theme required. After several weeks of this practice, it was time to measure what had actually changed in the participants' brains and overall well-being. The results were absolutely remarkable and went far beyond what the researchers had expected. The first group, those who had been deliberately practicing gratitude daily, showed measurably increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain responsible for calmness, clear decision-making, and emotional regulation. It was as if their brains had received specialized training to naturally focus on positive aspects of their experience and handle stress more effectively. Their neural pathways had literally been rewired to default toward appreciation rather than complaint. Meanwhile, the second group showed no significant changes in brain function or emotional well-being. Their mental gardens remained essentially the same, neither particularly positive nor negative, just unchanged. This research demonstrates that gratitude isn't just a feel-good practice or spiritual platitude. It's actually a powerful tool for fundamentally reshaping how your brain processes experiences and responds to challenges. When you consistently train your mind to notice and appreciate what's already good in your life, you're creating stronger neural pathways that naturally lead to greater calm, better decision-making, and more effective responses to stress. Seneca, the ancient Roman Stoic philosopher, understood this principle centuries before modern neuroscience could measure and validate it. He wisely observed that it is not happiness that makes us grateful, but gratitude that makes us happy. This insight reveals a profound truth about the relationship between appreciation and well-being. Think about how you typically start your days. Do you open your eyes and immediately begin thinking about everything you need to accomplish, all the problems you need to solve, and everything that would be easier if only your circumstances were different? Do you find yourself thinking thoughts like, "I need a vacation," "Everything would be better if I had a different job," or "If only I had more money, more time, or fewer responsibilities, then I could finally be at peace"? While you're washing your face in the morning, does your mind automatically start playing the same repetitive tune of dissatisfaction? If I had more money, if I had more time, if things were just easier, then I'd finally be happy and successful. But here's a question worth considering deeply. When has enough ever actually been enough? When has any amount of external acquisition or achievement finally satisfied that inner sense of lacking something important? The truth that most people resist acknowledging is that no matter how much you achieve or acquire, there will always be something else to want, something else to chase, something else that seems to be missing from your life. And in the middle of constantly pursuing what you don't have, the only thing you're really losing is your peace of mind and your ability to appreciate what's already present in your experience. If something as simple as consciously recognizing and appreciating the good things already in your life can literally strengthen your mind and help you stay calm during difficult moments, why wouldn't you make this a regular practice? The implementation is remarkably straightforward, and the benefits are backed by solid scientific research. First, begin each day by expressing gratitude out loud with genuine intention and energy. Imagine that right after opening your eyes, instead of immediately reaching for your phone or starting to worry about the day ahead, you sit up in bed, stretch your arms toward the ceiling, and say with all the energy and sincerity you can muster, "Thank you." It might feel awkward or silly at first, but try it consistently for a week and notice how it affects your entire emotional state and perspective. The moment you start your day with genuine gratitude, your brain immediately shifts its focus from what's missing or problematic to what's already positive and supportive in your life. Instead of automatically thinking about lack, problems and deficiencies, your mind begins noticing abundance, opportunities and resources that were there all along, but were hidden by your habitual focus on what wasn't working. Second, make it a practice to write down 3 specific good things before going to bed each night, and challenge yourself not to repeat the same items every evening. Look for small details and moments that you might typically overlook, perhaps a cup of coffee that turned out perfectly, an unexpected moment of laughter with your partner, a beautiful sunset you noticed while driving home, or simply the fact that you had enough energy to complete your responsibilities for the day. These might sound like insignificant things when compared to major life goals and achievements, but they represent the foundation of contentment and the building blocks of a genuinely satisfying life. If you can't train your mind to notice and appreciate the good things that are already present in your daily experience, you won't be able to appreciate future successes even when you achieve twice as much as you have now. Third, make a conscious effort to focus on what you already have rather than constantly thinking about what you lack or what you think you need to acquire. Life isn't about checking items off an endless list of desires and achievements. If you can't appreciate your current circumstances and find value in your present situation, you won't be able to appreciate any future circumstances either, no matter how much they improve. The peace you're seeking, the clarity you need to make good decisions, and the success you want to achieve aren't hidden in what you haven't yet obtained. Instead, they're available right now in how you choose to see and interpret your current life. This is a truth worth remembering. Complaining changes nothing about your external circumstances, but practicing gratitude changes everything about your internal experience and your ability to respond effectively to whatever arises. The quality of your thoughts creates and defines the quality of your life experience. If you want to understand how powerful this principle is, consider the story of a friend who received life-changing news several months ago. A serious health diagnosis that suddenly turned his entire world upside down in a single moment. Everything that had seemed certain and predictable became uncertain and frightening. Suddenly, his future was filled with hospitals, medical tests, treatments, and the kind of fear that comes when you realize how fragile and unpredictable life really is. But perhaps worst of all was his own mind working against him, filling every waking moment with anxious thoughts and worst-case scenarios. Every morning, he woke up with the same torturous thoughts cycling through his mind. What if things get worse? What if I never get better? Why is this happening to me? What did I do to deserve this? And naturally, with thoughts like these dominating his mental landscape, each day felt endless and hopeless. He felt trapped in a dark tunnel with no visible way out and no reason to believe things would ever improve. Until one day, during one of those long, anxiety-filled waits in a hospital waiting room, he heard something that made him stop and reconsider everything. It was part of a talk by Tony Robbins, the well-known motivational speaker, and one particular statement hit him with unexpected force. The quality of your thoughts defines the quality of your life. My friend kept thinking about this simple but profound statement. Where had he heard something similar before? He started researching and discovered that Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, had expressed almost the identical idea nearly 2,000 years earlier. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. That's when the real insight hit him like a lightning bolt. He realized that while he couldn't control his medical condition, his treatment schedule, or his ultimate prognosis, he could absolutely control how he chose to face and think about his situation. He couldn't change his diagnosis, but he could change his daily mental approach to living with uncertainty. So he decided to make a small but significant change in his daily routine. Every morning before getting out of bed, he forced himself to deliberately think of something positive, something to genuinely look forward to, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant it might be. Instead of immediately spiraling into worry and catastrophic thinking, he would tell himself, "Today I'll find something that makes me laugh. Today I'll enjoy every moment I get to spend with my family. Today I'll be grateful for what I do have rather than focusing on what I've lost." The remarkable thing was that his external situation remained exactly the same. The medical reality hadn't changed at all. But the way he experienced and dealt with his circumstances was completely transformed. Marcus Aurelius, one of history's most powerful leaders, understood that his greatest battles weren't against external enemies, but against his own destructive thoughts and emotional reactions. Aurelius didn't focus his mental energy on problems that were beyond his control. Instead, he focused on solutions, opportunities, and responses that were within his power to influence. He didn't allow himself to become obsessed with everything that could go wrong. Instead, he trained his mind to focus on how he could face whatever challenges arose with wisdom, courage, and dignity. This mental approach was his secret to remaining strong, clear-thinking, and effective in the midst of chaos and uncertainty. And this same principle can become your secret weapon for achieving calm and success in your own life, regardless of what circumstances you're currently facing. So let me ask you directly, how are you currently using your mind? Are you programming it to attract positive opportunities and solutions, or are you filling it with worries, complaints, and fears that only hold you back and drain your energy? Are you training your brain to look for possibilities and strengths, or are you reinforcing patterns of anxiety and limitation? The difference between these two approaches determines not just how you feel day to day, but also what kinds of opportunities you notice, what kinds of decisions you make, and ultimately, what kinds of results you create in your life. Your mind is constantly filtering reality based on what you've trained it to notice and focus on. When you consistently focus your attention on problems, limitations, and everything that's wrong or missing, your mind becomes expert at finding more of exactly those things. But when you train yourself to look for opportunities, solutions, and positive possibilities, your mental filtering system becomes skilled at recognizing and attracting exactly those elements instead. This is where the practical application becomes crucial. First, make it a daily practice to reframe negative thoughts as soon as you become aware of them. Every time you catch yourself thinking, "This is a disaster," or "I can't handle this situation," pause immediately and consciously change your internal dialogue to something more empowering. "This is challenging, but I can learn something valuable from it." Or, "This isn't easy, but I'll find a way to handle it effectively." This isn't about lying to yourself or pretending that difficulties don't exist. Instead, it's about training yourself to automatically look for solutions and opportunities rather than getting stuck in problem-focused thinking that leads nowhere productive. Second, be extremely careful about the people you choose to spend time with regularly. Negativity is genuinely contagious in ways that neuroscience is beginning to understand. If you spend your days surrounded by people who constantly complain, create drama, and always find reasons to give up or see the worst in every situation, you'll inevitably start thinking the same way. Instead, make it a priority to seek out and spend time with people who push you forward, who talk about possibilities rather than limitations, who inspire you to grow and improve rather than reinforcing your doubts and fears. The mental atmosphere you choose to live in has a profound impact on your own thinking patterns and emotional states. Third, before starting each day, take a few minutes to visualize positive outcomes and successful responses to whatever challenges might arise. This isn't about daydreaming about impossible things or ignoring reality. Instead, it's about giving your mind a clear picture of how you want to feel and respond, how you can handle situations with calm confidence. When your mind has already mentally rehearsed success and positive responses, actually achieving those outcomes becomes significantly easier because you've already created the neural pathways and emotional patterns that support effective action. In the end, everything comes down to this fundamental truth. Your mind is the primary filter through which you experience and interpret reality. If you consistently train yourself to think well, to look for opportunities rather than obstacles, solutions rather than problems, strengths rather than weaknesses, you'll naturally attract better opportunities, make better decisions, and become the best version of yourself. The ancient Stoic philosophers understood that where you place your attention determines what you experience as reality. If you only focus on what's grey, problematic, and missing from your life, your world will always feel like an endless wall of stone blocking your progress. But if you learn to consciously direct your attention toward what's positive, possible, and within your control, you might discover that the view was always beautiful. You just needed to know where to look. This principle of attention and focus is like an Instagram filter for your entire life experience. Depending on which mental filter you choose to use consistently, the same objective reality can appear completely different. If your habitual filter is filled with complaints, worries, and problems, everything around you will seem dark, threatening, and negative. But if you learn to switch to a different filter, one that looks for what's working, what you can control, and what opportunities exist, your entire world transforms before your eyes. Your attention is one of your most valuable and powerful resources, and like any resource, how you choose to invest it determines the returns you receive. If you invest your attention in things that drain your energy, create anxiety, and reinforce limitation, that's exactly what will grow and expand in your experience. But if you invest your attention in things that energize you, create possibilities, and support your growth, those elements will flourish and multiply. This brings us to another crucial understanding. If you don't give your mind adequate rest and recovery, it will eventually shut down its optimal functioning. How many times have you tried to force yourself to keep working or thinking when you were already mentally and physically exhausted? You sit in front of your computer, attempting to focus on important tasks, but your mind feels like a television with terrible reception, fuzzy, unclear, and constantly cutting in and out. You read the same sentence repeatedly without comprehending its meaning. You try to concentrate on a project, but your thoughts keep wandering. You drink coffee, then another cup, and perhaps even a third, but still you can't think clearly or produce quality work. And the worst part is that instead of accepting that you need rest and recovery, you often push yourself even harder, thinking that more effort will somehow magically restore your mental clarity and effectiveness. But this approach only leads to making more mistakes, producing lower quality work, and feeling increasingly frustrated and ineffective. Here's a truth that our productivity-obsessed culture rarely acknowledges. Rest is not a luxury or a sign of weakness. It's an absolute necessity for optimal mental and physical functioning. Look at your smartphone as a perfect analogy. What happens if you use it continuously all day long without ever charging it? Exactly. It eventually shuts down completely. And no matter how much you shake it, hit it, or yell at it in frustration, it won't turn back on or function properly until you give it what it desperately needs: rest and recharging. So why do so many people continue treating their brains as if they're somehow different from any other system that requires periodic rest and recovery? Why do we expect our minds to function at peak performance indefinitely without adequate downtime? The ancient Stoic philosophers understood this principle centuries before modern neuroscience could measure and validate it. Seneca expressed it clearly when he wrote, "Even the sharpest sword needs rest to maintain its edge." He understood that what good is a perfect weapon if you wear it down through constant use until it can no longer cut effectively? Similarly, what good is a brilliant mind if you exhaust it to the point where it can no longer think clearly, make good decisions, or solve problems creatively? Seneca deliberately built time for reflection, contemplation, and mental recovery into his daily routine. He didn't view this as wasted time or laziness, but as a strategic investment in maintaining his mental sharpness and effectiveness. He understood that temporary rest leads to long-term strength and sustained high performance. Modern neuroscience confirms what the Stoics knew intuitively. Adequate rest dramatically improves memory consolidation, learning capacity, emotional regulation, and self-control. When you sleep well and give your mind proper recovery time, you're essentially allowing your brain to organize information, process experiences, and prepare for optimal functioning the following day. Think of your brain like a whiteboard that gets filled with information, thoughts, and decisions throughout each day. If you never erase or organize what's written on that board, there's progressively less space available for new information, leading to mental clutter, confusion, and decreased effectiveness. Quality sleep and rest periods function like wiping that mental whiteboard clean, creating space for new ideas, fresh perspectives, and clearer decision-making processes. Your morning routine and how you begin each day has a profound impact on shaping your entire destiny and long-term success. Imagine for a moment that Marcus Aurelius and Seneca somehow woke up in our modern 21st century world. Picture Marcus Aurelius opening his eyes and immediately reaching for his smartphone as his first action of the day. He checks his notifications, sees dozens of unread emails from various senators and government officials, notices that someone on social media is criticizing his latest political decisions, and discovers that the morning news is reporting trouble and unrest at the empire's borders. He sighs heavily, gets out of bed reluctantly, and while pouring his morning coffee, he's already mentally exhausted and thinking about how overwhelming and stressful the day ahead will inevitably be. His mind is immediately filled with other people's problems, external pressures, and circumstances completely beyond his control. Now imagine Seneca taking a completely different approach to starting his day. He wakes up naturally and calmly, and before making any sudden movements or checking any external sources of information, he takes a slow, deep breath and asks himself a fundamental question. What kind of day do I want to create for myself today? He gets up without rushing or feeling pressured, takes time to stretch his body mindfully, drinks water to hydrate himself properly, and takes out his journal to write down some thoughtful reflections about his goals and intentions. Then, without immediately checking his phone or filling his mind with external information and other people's agendas, he goes for a peaceful walk outside, feeling the fresh morning air on his face and allowing his mind to naturally prepare for the day ahead with clarity and purpose. One of these approaches starts the day by being dragged down and controlled by external circumstances, reactions, and other people's priorities. The other takes complete control from the very first moment and consciously shapes the day according to personal values and intentions. Which of these two approaches more closely resembles how you currently start your mornings? Many people begin their days operating on complete autopilot. They wake up and immediately reach for their phones, filling their minds with emails, news, social media updates, and various forms of information before they've even gotten out of bed. They don't take time to prepare their minds for the day ahead or set clear intentions. Instead, they simply throw themselves into whatever demands and distractions happen to appear first, without any conscious direction or purpose. But imagine what would happen if, instead of immediately reacting to everything that comes your way throughout the day, you chose how to start each morning with intention and purpose. What if you took control of your mental state before allowing external circumstances to influence your thoughts and emotions? Dr. Rangan Chatterjee, a respected expert in health and wellness, explains that having a clear and consistent morning routine is absolutely crucial for managing stress effectively and maintaining inner calm throughout the day. His extensive research shows that when people begin their days with clear intention, whether through reading, meditation, exercise, journaling, or simply avoiding digital distractions for the first hour, their anxiety levels decrease significantly and their ability to focus and make good decisions increases dramatically. So let me ask you directly, how are you currently starting your days? Are you taking conscious control of your morning routine, or are you allowing random external forces to determine your mental and emotional state from the moment you wake up? To help transform this understanding from theory into practical application, let me walk you through what an ideal morning routine might look like, so you can experience firsthand what it feels like to start each day with a sense of control, purpose, and calm confidence. When you first open your eyes in the morning, resist the almost automatic urge to immediately reach for your phone. Yes, I understand this sounds challenging at first, but consider this question. Do you really need to flood your mind with emails, news updates, and social media posts before you're even fully awake and mentally prepared for the day. Instead of immediately bombarding your brain with external information and other people's priorities, give yourself the gift of mental space and clarity. For the first 30 minutes after waking, focus on activities that make you feel centered, grounded, and in control of your own experience. This doesn't have to be complicated or time-consuming. It could be something as simple as making your bed mindfully, doing some gentle stretching to wake up your body, preparing a quiet breakfast without distractions, or spending a few minutes in meditation or silent reflection. The specific activity matters less than doing it with complete intention and awareness. The key is that whatever you choose to do should give you a genuine feeling that the day has already started with a positive win, a sense of accomplishment, and a feeling of being in control of your own experience rather than being controlled by external demands and pressures. Finally, take a few moments to visualize the kind of day you want to create for yourself. Don't just let the day happen to you. Actively take control of it by setting clear intentions. Spend time imagining how you want to respond to challenges that might arise, how you want to feel throughout the day, and what you want to accomplish that would make you feel satisfied and proud when evening comes. This practice of conscious visualization isn't just wishful thinking or daydreaming. When you take time to mentally rehearse positive responses and successful outcomes, you're actually training your brain to recognize opportunities and respond effectively when similar situations arise in reality. What you consistently visualize and focus on mentally has a powerful tendency to manifest in your actual experience. This isn't mystical thinking. It's based on solid psychological principles about how attention, expectation, and mental preparation influence perception and behavior. Your brain doesn't clearly distinguish between what you vividly imagine and what you actually experience. When you consistently visualize yourself handling challenges with calm confidence, achieving your goals, and responding to difficulties with wisdom and grace, you're essentially programming your unconscious mind to recognize opportunities and take actions that align with those positive images. Roxy Nafouzi, an expert in visualization techniques and mental training, explains that picturing your ideal outcomes with clarity and emotional intensity isn't just a mental exercise. It's a practical way to train your brain for success in real-world situations. The more clearly and consistently you visualize positive outcomes, the more your unconscious mind works to identify and create pathways that lead toward those results. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine your ideal living situation in vivid detail. Don't just think about it intellectually. Experience it fully in your imagination. What colors are the walls? How does natural light stream through the windows? What does the space smell like? What sounds do you hear? What kind of music might be playing softly in the background? How does it feel to walk through each room? Now expand this visualization to include everything you would need to do to make this vision a reality. Picture each step of the journey, the effort required, the decisions you'll need to make, and the small daily victories that will bring you closer to this goal. Visualize the entire process, not as a distant fantasy, but as a concrete, achievable path that you can begin walking today. Does this vision feel more real and attainable now? That's because the clearer and more detailed you make your mental images, the easier it becomes for your conscious and unconscious mind to identify opportunities and take actions that align with your goals. One of the most powerful immediate tools for regaining control when you feel overwhelmed or stressed is conscious breathing. Imagine you're playing a high-stakes poker game where the atmosphere is tense and every decision could determine whether you win or lose everything. The air feels heavy with anticipation, and all the players are carefully studying their cards while simultaneously watching their opponents for any signs of weakness or strength. In poker, the ultimate winner isn't necessarily the person with the best cards, but rather the one who knows how to play their hand with skill, patience, and strategic thinking. Beginners give themselves away through their body language. Every nervous breath, every unconscious movement, every drop of sweat reveals their emotional state and the strength of their position. But professional poker players have learned to control these automatic responses. They don't blink excessively, they don't show impatience or frustration, and they don't allow anyone to read their internal emotional state through their external behavior. They understand that in poker, just like in life, the person who loses control of their emotions and reactions is the person who loses the game. Now, imagine replacing the poker chips with words and the gaming table with a real-life argument or confrontational situation. Someone challenges you directly, provokes you intentionally, or tries to drag you into their emotional chaos and drama. If you take the bait immediately, if you react without thinking, if you allow your emotions to explode impulsively, you've already lost the interaction and given away your power. But if you manage to stay calm and centered, if you take time to breathe deeply before responding, if you choose your reaction consciously instead of giving it away automatically, then you maintain control of the situation and retain your personal power. Picture this scenario. You're in the middle of a heated argument with someone important to you. Your heart is racing, your blood pressure is rising. Angry words are piling up in your throat, ready to be fired like weapons, and every part of you feels attacked, misunderstood, and desperate to defend yourself. The urge to react immediately and forcefully is almost overwhelming. But this is precisely the moment where everything is decided, where you either maintain your dignity and effectiveness or lose control completely. You can explode and say the first hurtful thing that comes to mind, potentially damaging the relationship and making the situation worse. Or you can do what the ancient Stoics mastered through years of practice. Pause, breathe deeply, and choose your response based on wisdom rather than emotion. Marcus Aurelius practiced this kind of emotional self-regulation daily because he understood that if he hadn't developed this skill, his entire empire would have crumbled under the weight of emotional decision-making and reactive leadership. That's why he wrote in his personal journal, "Calm yet determined, cheerful yet steady. That is the person who follows reason in all things." This insight reveals the key to personal power and effectiveness. Your mind can be either your greatest ally in achieving success or your worst enemy in creating problems. The determining factor is whether you consciously control your thoughts and reactions or whether you allow them to control you. In moments of stress, tension, and conflict, the first thing you should focus on is taking conscious control of your breathing. This might seem overly simple or insufficient for serious problems, but the truth is that anyone who doesn't control their breathing cannot control their mind. And anyone who doesn't control their mind cannot control their life or their responses to challenging situations. The next time you feel like you're about to lose your composure completely, try this simple but powerful technique. Inhale slowly for 4 counts. Hold your breath for 7 counts, then exhale completely for 8 counts. This is known as the 4-7-8 breathing technique, and it works because it forces your nervous system to activate the relaxation response, essentially hitting a reset button on your stress reaction. This breathing pattern sends a clear signal to your brain that you're safe and in control, which allows your rational thinking to come back online instead of being overwhelmed by emotional reactivity. Also, practice having compassion for people who seem to be acting irrationally or aggressively toward you. If someone snaps at you with anger or frustration, recognize that their reaction probably has very little to do with what you just said or did. More likely they're dealing with stress, pain, or problems that you can't see and may never understand. Maybe they're having a terrible day, going through a difficult period in their life, or they simply don't have the emotional tools and skills to handle their own internal states effectively. When you understand this, you have a tremendous advantage. You get to decide whether to step into their emotional chaos and make the situation worse, or to remain calm and centered while they work through their own internal storm. Remember this fundamental principle. In any conflict or challenging interaction, the person who shouts and loses emotional control ultimately loses the interaction, while the person who stays calm and responds thoughtfully wins. Real success doesn't belong to those who let their first impulse and immediate emotional reaction take control. Instead, it belongs to those who know how to pause, think clearly, and act with precision and wisdom. One of the most undervalued practices for developing inner calm and finding solutions to problems is learning to seek and embrace silence regularly. Think about your typical day from the moment you wake up until you go to sleep. You open your eyes, and before even getting out of bed, your phone is already in your hand. You're immediately flooded with notifications, emails, text messages, and social media updates. You step outside and are surrounded by traffic noise, honking cars, fragments of conversations from strangers, and music blasting from various sources. You get home and automatically turn on the television, check more messages, and fill every available moment with some form of external stimulation or distraction. Without even realizing it, your entire life becomes a constant whirlwind where silence never has an opportunity to exist. Just thinking about this level of constant stimulation can feel overwhelming, and there's a good reason why this happens. Most people don't actually know how to be comfortable in silence, and it often terrifies them more than they're willing to admit. But here's a truth that might challenge your assumptions. Silence is not your enemy or something to be avoided. Instead, it's a doorway to a completely different world, one where the answers you're seeking don't come from external sources, but from your own inner wisdom and clarity. If you never allow yourself to step through this doorway of silence, you can't even imagine what you're missing. It's similar to the journey depicted in the movie Eat, Pray, Love, where the protagonist finds herself trapped in a life that no longer fulfills her and decides to leave everything behind to embark on a journey of self-discovery. But she doesn't find the answers she's seeking in the middle of constant activity and external stimulation. Instead, she discovers them during a silent retreat in India, where she's forced to face her greatest challenge, being completely alone with her own thoughts without any distractions or escape routes. This experience isn't easy or immediately pleasant. Her mind initially screams with anxiety, her stress levels spike, and she desperately wants to run away from the discomfort of inner silence. But then something profound begins to change. When the external noise finally fades away, she starts to hear something she had never been able to access before, her own authentic voice and inner wisdom. In that space of silence, she discovers the answers she had been desperately searching for. Not because someone else provides them to her, but because she can finally hear her own inner guidance that had been drowned out by constant external noise and distraction. The ancient Stoic philosophers understood this principle deeply. Seneca wrote that we often suffer more from the noise and chaos in our minds than from the actual noise and chaos in our external environment. We fill our thoughts with unnecessary worries about things that haven't happened yet, replay past mistakes endlessly, and create a constant mental storm that keeps us trapped in a state of confusion and reactivity. But the person who learns to find genuine calm and clarity in silence also learns to find calm and clarity in any situation, regardless of external circumstances. Modern neuroscience has validated what the Stoics understood intuitively. A groundbreaking study conducted at Duke University revealed that when you spend time in complete silence, something remarkable happens in your brain. Instead of shutting down or going into a passive state, your mind actually becomes more active in specific ways that promote problem-solving and creative insight. It's similar to the experience of searching for something important in a cluttered, messy room. You look frantically in every direction, open multiple drawers, move things around, and dig through piles of items. But the more desperately you search, the harder it becomes to find what you need. Everything feels chaotic and overwhelming. But then you decide to stop the frantic searching, take a deep breath, and organize your approach systematically. You clear some space, slow down your movements, and suddenly what you were looking for appears right in front of you. It had been there the entire time, but the chaos and desperation had prevented you from seeing it clearly. This same principle applies to finding solutions and clarity in your mental and emotional life. When your mind is constantly filled with external noise, distractions, and stimulation, it becomes nearly impossible to access your deeper wisdom and creative problem-solving abilities. But when you create space for silence and allow your thoughts to settle naturally, your brain activates what neuroscientists call the default mode network, a sophisticated neural system that helps you connect seemingly unrelated ideas, solve complex problems, and access insights that weren't available when your mind was busy and distracted. It's as if your mind, when freed from external distractions and demands, naturally begins organizing thoughts, connecting important patterns, and piecing together solutions that once seemed completely out of reach. Finally, we come to a powerful practice that connects your hands, your mind, and your sense of inner calm. Let me tell you about a man who seemed unable to sit still or find peace, not because he was naturally impatient or hyperactive, but because his mind was constantly filled with questions, ideas, and an insatiable curiosity about how the world worked. It wasn't enough for him to simply observe and think about things. He needed to understand them deeply, touch them, take them apart, and rebuild them with his own hands. He drew constantly, designed machines that didn't yet exist, studied human anatomy in incredible detail, and wrote extensive notes about everything he discovered. But he didn't engage in all these hands-on activities simply out of curiosity or restless energy. He had discovered something profound. His mind worked most effectively and felt most peaceful when his hands were actively engaged in meaningful work. When he felt mentally stuck or overwhelmed by complex problems, he would pick up a pencil and start sketching. When his thoughts became chaotic and unfocused, he would grab paper and organize his ideas into detailed drawings and diagrams. When words alone weren't sufficient to capture his insights, he would let action and creation speak for themselves. That remarkable man was Leonardo da Vinci, certainly a genius, but also someone who discovered a fundamental truth that many people still don't understand. When the mind feels overwhelmed and scattered, the solution often isn't to think more intensely, but to engage your hands in purposeful, creative action. Marcus Aurelius expressed this same insight when he wrote, "Well-directed action brings peace to the mind." True calm and clarity don't come from sitting passively and waiting for mental storms to pass on their own. Instead, they come when you take conscious, purposeful action that engages both your mind and your body in meaningful ways. Picture this scenario. You're at work, and everything seems to be spiraling completely out of control. Emails are piling up faster than you can respond to them. Your phone is ringing constantly with urgent requests, and multiple people are asking you for immediate attention and solutions. You feel pressure building in your chest, your mind racing frantically as you try to figure out how to respond to everything simultaneously. You want desperately to stay calm and think clearly, but you feel completely overwhelmed and scattered. All you can think about is how much you wish you could be one of those people who seems to naturally handle pressure with grace. Someone who stays centered and composed, who makes good decisions without getting swept away by chaos and urgency. But how do you actually develop this capacity when everything around you feels like it's on fire and demanding immediate attention? The answer might surprise you in its simplicity. To calm an overwhelmed mind, engage your hands in focused, purposeful activity. I understand this might sound strange or even counterproductive when you're feeling mentally scattered, but this principle is backed by both ancient wisdom and modern neuroscience. First, dedicate at least 10 minutes each day to a hands-on activity that requires focus and attention: drawing, writing by hand, cooking, fixing or building something, gardening, or any other activity that engages both your mind and your hands simultaneously. The specific activity matters less than choosing something that requires genuine attention and physical engagement. And no, I'm not suggesting that you suddenly start sketching in your notebook during chaotic meetings at work, but making this kind of focused, hands-on activity a regular habit, a designated time in your day where you disconnect from digital distractions and mental noise, gives your mind a chance to reset and reorganize itself naturally. Second, when you engage in these hands-on activities, eliminate all distractions completely. Turn off notifications, avoid multitasking, and definitely don't play music with lyrics in the background, as this will divide your attention. Create a space where it's just you, your hands, and the activity you've chosen. When your mind focuses completely on a single physical task, stress and mental chaos begin to dissolve almost automatically, often without you even noticing the shift. Your breathing naturally becomes slower and deeper, your thoughts become more organized, and your overall sense of well-being improves significantly. Third, pay careful attention to how you feel after engaging in these focused, hands-on activities. You might not have solved every problem or eliminated every source of stress, but I guarantee you'll experience a type of mental clarity and emotional calm that wasn't available before you began. It's as if the mental storm has settled, at least temporarily, giving you access to a clearer perspective and more balanced thinking. This clarity often leads to insights and solutions that weren't visible when your mind was scattered and overwhelmed. Sometimes when words feel insufficient or when verbal thinking becomes circular and unproductive, allowing your hands to do meaningful work can communicate and resolve things that thousands of chaotic thoughts cannot. There's something about the focused, intentional movement of hands-on creation that speaks more powerfully than endless mental analysis and worry. In conclusion, true calm isn't simply the absence of external chaos or stress. It's actually the key to making consistently better decisions, acting with clarity and purpose, and moving steadily toward genuine success without allowing temporary setbacks to control your emotional state or derail your progress. Every single day, you have the opportunity to train your mind to choose consciously how you respond to whatever circumstances arise around you. You can become someone who doesn't get swept away by external noise, pressure, and other people's emotional states, but instead learns to direct your energy and attention toward what truly matters and what you can actually influence. Don't wait for life to become easier, less chaotic, or more predictable before you begin developing inner calm and emotional resilience. Real transformation happens when you learn to find peace and clarity within the challenge itself, when you decide to focus exclusively on what you can control and stop wasting precious mental energy on what you cannot change. The path to lasting success and fulfillment isn't about avoiding difficulties or eliminating all sources of stress from your life. Instead, it's about developing the inner strength and wisdom to navigate any situation with grace, maintaining your center regardless of external circumstances, and responding to challenges from a place of calm confidence rather than reactive emotion. This is the true power of embracing calm as your greatest advantage, not as a passive state of withdrawal from life's challenges, but as an active practice of engaging with reality from a position of inner strength, clear thinking, and conscious choice.